Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, October the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me. See my screen. Screen is not loading for you. Okay, well, let's make sure. Hopefully it's just you. Yes, yes. I see a yes, yes. So not loading for you, Jay. Not seeing the screen. A couple now. Don't know why. Got to make sure it's not widespread. No screen. Okay, guys, for those of you who can hear me, the screen is gone. Okay, I have to make sure that it's not everybody, because if some of you can see my screen, then I know it's not on my end. You might have to do a reboot. You might have to, or sorry, a refresh, maybe change browsers. Okay, so those of you who cannot see my screen, you're going to have to do a refresh, I guess. There's nothing I can do on my end. Okay. How about in YouTube, guys? Anybody in YouTube? Make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, so I'm afraid I can't help. Okay, if you can't see, those of you who cannot see my screen, please just do a refresh. So, what's happening this morning? Well, first of all, Bitcoin. My goodness, Bitcoin! What a monster move here, over 1%, as William mentioned. I'm saying I know it might be slightly delayed data, but up 1,200%. 1,200%. Sorry, $1,200 or 1,246 up to 2,835 or so. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what you mean, Casa. Let me just keep going on this and then I'll try to figure out what's going on. ICCM, guys, ICCM is another, by the way, there are not too many movers in the pre-market. I'm just looking right there. Pre-movers mean there's not that many up 10% or down 10% in the pre-market right now. ICCM, so it was over $1. Now, they did have some news. Independent study validates their something or other. Bitcoin in, well, remember now, so you're talking about what is displayed in YouTube. Remember, there's always about an 8-second delay in YouTube. Bnox, B-N-O-X, B-N-O-X. Oh man, I don't know, guys. There's too many people saying they can't see my screen. There are a number who can, of course, but there are too many people saying just have to do a refresh. I don't know what else to say. Maybe keep trying. I don't know what to say. Nothing I can do really on my end. Bnox, guys, Bnox. So that's right. This had a big week last week, or a big day on Friday. Then it sold right off. We got up to 642, closed all the way down here, almost cut in half. I'm sorry, that was Thursday. This is Friday's action. Femi just continues to roll. FEMY continues to roll here, up 23%. Great week last week. Great day on Friday. It's above Friday's high now. FEMY above Friday's high now. Bad news for SNDX. SNDX. Bad news for SNDX. Falls after early data for leukemia therapy. LRE. This is a recent IPO, I believe. LRE is a recent IPO, and it is now above Thursday's high. I remember this one. Yeah, yeah, I remember this one. This is out of Singapore, I believe, or Hong Kong. Sorry, Tokyo. Should know that. The rising sun. Yeah, this is out of. Still have an alert set up here. That's right. Now I remember this one very well. Okay, another poll, guys. Black screen. Well, it's possible. I mean, that the developers having problem. Let me do. I'm going to stop sharing. Now I'm going to share again. Okay, guys. What about now? And you guys, those who couldn't see my screen before, can you see it now? Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Says Casa, and I think GJJ. You couldn't see my screen before, so if you can see it now, okay. I just did a reload. That's all. Didn't do anything else, but okay. Hopefully, we're good to go now. NRSN. Cheap one. I don't know if it's over $1 yet, but still, no, forget it. I mean, it's up 9%, 8%, but it was up to $1 and then it pulled right back down. Now, a word about the trade of the week. MBLY, Mobileye is the trade of the week. Now, some say it's triggered. Now, it's not an official trigger unless during the market, okay, market hours. So the trigger is $42. Now, you can see, I guess, I see why Steve has picked it in terms of that $42. If it can take out $42, then the next high is around 45 on the weekly chart. But it is not triggered. MBLY has not triggered. In fact, it didn't get up to 42 in the pre-market. Meanwhile, geez, market, it looked pretty good at the beginning, but this has just been a steady sell-off since 4:45 this morning Eastern time. It's been a steady sell-off. I mentioned ANL last week to check it. Doesn't ring a bell. That symbol. Let me take a look. Um, well, I guess it was an IPO, right? I guess it was an IPO. I guess it was an IPO on Friday. Well, as always for me, checking means, will it take out the high? So I'll put an alert at 9:33. Nothing to see, 1933. Nothing to see now. Ribbon had a wild. They've released some data. Releases Q3 production figures and sets data for Q3 2023, and they don't release earnings until November 9th. The initial reaction was pretty positive, and all of a sudden just got hit. 25.52 was the high, and basically dropped almost $3. So again, guys, not too much. Well, here's one that just showed up. I think this is a acquisition company. Yeah, ACAQ, one of these blank check companies. So ACAQ, just looking to see if anything else is. Pitney Bowes. I don't know why Pitney Bowes is starting to show up here. PBI. After the company says CEO has stepped down. So the CEO has stepped down. So right as we speak, the market is cheering that on a little bit. Pitney Bowes. Old school company, guys. Around forever. Well, I guess, okay, take a look at Pitney Bowes. To me, anyway, it looks like there'd be some resistance around 350. So it may have already, I mean, it's gone up 13%. So to me, anyway, on that daily and the weekly chart, looks like 350 could be some pretty tough resistance. You don't load it from the Trade Ideas webpage, Coffee. I give you my homepage. These are all my scans, okay? I mean, obviously it's to do with Trade Ideas, but these are my personal scans, so they're not on Trade Ideas webpage. But here they are. They're on my homepage. Coffee. Somebody's asking for my 10-day daily breakout. So if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down until you see the scan section, click here, and here are the 10-day daily breakouts. Okay, breakdowns and breakouts. Okay. ICCM is just giving it up too. Almost dropped 50%, not 50%. Well, almost from the high, almost. Say about 40% from the high in the pre-market. All right, let's take a look, see what the analysts have been doing in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Actually, a fairly big upgrade list. Let's see if there's anything interesting. I mean, it's going to get there. Yeah. Trying to see if there's anything that looks like it's got like a big price target from the previous one. That D dog is the only one I see right now. I do see a big one for FedEx. Let's see if where FedEx is right now. Susquehanna has put on a big price target of $315 for FedEx. Original one was 225, so it's above their original 267 now. But they put on a $315 price target for FedEx FDX. Yeah, I just hearing TOST right there. Next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 17. And this is a Mizuho. Downgrade. Slashes it to $16 from 30. All right, let's take a look at the downgrades to see if there's anything interesting on the downgrade side. Well, let's start off with cost, TOST. People are still picking on NEP, guys. NEP. What a week it had last week. Okay, I see a golden downgrade here for BFH. Let's see if it's there already, though. BFH has been downgraded by Goldman. That's right there. From 44 to 45 down to 33. So, or sorry, 44 down to 32. So it's already there. So really, guys, it's only the only one I really see that has got some kind of a price difference between the current price and the upgrade price is D-Dog. Yeah, VFS, I'm just seeing it here also. I mean, it should be not short. Whoa, there are few shorts. 21,000 interactive brokers right now. Well, this is almost an all-time low. Nonsensical one, of course, from a few weeks ago. Low is 1161. Well, actually, it looks like 1064. So last week's low was 1064, and that will be the all-time low. And I think I see that Bed Bath and Beyond is finally kind of done. Confusing. Well, it's not trading right now at all. Then it turned into something called Butterfly. Those of you who follow these meme stocks, still pretty wild. You go in that thread and they still are holding out, thinking that it's a bunch of evil shorters doing all this, and nothing wrong with the company. And eventually, they're all going to get creamed. All right, guys, let me do a quick look at the sectors and see what's happening pre-market. Again, we're in for too bad. It looked like we had a great looking open. If you're looking for a positive open, we had a great looking right up here at 4:30, and but it's just been sliding ever since. And this is at 4:30 Eastern time, actually, and the price was about 4:30. This is on the SPY, and it's been fading ever since. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 61% in green, that means that 61% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. That's what that means. So when you do a quick look at the rest of the sectors, there is retail is 50-50. The rest of them are under 50%. Now let's take a look at where they are with respect to the 200-day moving average. I'm going to go over them all right now, beginning of the week. So XLE is still, it's still strong. It's had, pretty choppy couple of weeks, but the blue line there is the 200-day moving average. So it's still well above the 200-day moving average. Now we get into all the messy ones that are well below and moving away. Well, actually, retail kind of was trying. I guess that was on Thursday, but there is the 200-day moving average for retail. Tried on Thursday and Friday, and a mini comeback. Staples, XLP, nope. XLP continues to move away from that 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV, another one moving away from the 200-day moving average. Industrials, remember, if we're keeping score here, the only one above right now is energy. There's XLI Industrials hit into it on Friday, but closed below. Financials, XLF, another one moving away from the 200-day moving average. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Still above it. Still above it, but was fading into it many weeks, couple of weeks, 3 weeks. Should put a little bit of a spurt, but okay, it is above. So that's two. Those are two. And then XLB and materials, XLB. Below. And we know the communications and we know that tech is still above. That'll make 4 out of the 9 that are going to be above the 200-day moving average. 4 of the 9 major sectors. Guys, now VFS is continuing to move down, and this is almost the all-time low for VFS. Only 1,700 shares now available. Now they're gone. No more shares available. Interactive Brokers for to short VFS. Where Femi continues to great run, great run. Imagine that. I mean, this was a 31-cent stock. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago, a 31-cent stock. Now 3.95 for. Take a look at Mara. Take a look at Mara and Riot. Of course, two of the bigger Bitcoin stocks that are followed anyway. Lots of volume all the time. 200-day moving average for Mara is 978. I think Riot might be over it though. Mara is still suffering. I don't know. Mara and Riot about the same in terms of their relation to the 200-day moving average. Somebody mentioned Coin earlier. Coin, COIN. So Coin is above the 200-day moving average. VTGN, so they're doing a financing, $100 million financing, VTGN at $5.38 a share. So well below the financing price at 461 right now. And that is VTGN, but they're able somehow to raise $100 million. Well, guys, just counting the days now until earnings season starts again. Well, 3 weeks. Well, 3 weeks, a little less than 3 weeks before earnings season starts again. And we'll start getting a lot more action. It's certainly in the pre-market. More stocks to follow, of course. Lots of companies will be releasing earnings. And again, I'm not talking about the big guys. I mean, everybody watches the Microsofts and the Apples, etc. But I'm more interested in what I call the second and third tier. Those companies that go crazy the day they have earnings, either up or down. Trade Ideas Pro AI. You mean like this? Coffee? You mean like this? Yeah. So there are no trades until at least 9:40. There's no action at all in the pre-market. So until 9:40, that's the earliest trade. It's the earliest alert you'll get in the AI will be at 9:40. Okay. Is it possible to say trend lines? Well, not sure I know what you mean. I mean, all our markups. I mean, maybe Pepe can answer. I don't know. I don't draw trend lines at all, but so there's a trend line right there. So there's one. Okay, there's a trend line. So when you say save it, okay, so I see what you mean. So now here's a trend line for AA. So if I go to another chart and then I go back to AA, I see the trend line still there. So I drew a trend line in AA. Okay, I moved off. I went to another chart, another symbol. I went back to AA. The trend line is still there. So I'm not sure because you say when you move to another symbol and you come back, the lines are gone. But I just, if you can see what I've done, there's not gone for me. Okay, guys, less than a minute for the market to open. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Thank you, Max. Yeah, hurry earnings, hurry, yes. Okay, I'll get rid of this. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we're now open and Femi is continuing to hold four. Femi, F-E-M-Y, holding four. Prison stock, Geo, well, it was up and now down. 887, right back down to 856. Another reason why I don't like to chase things right off the bat. Real is talking about DFS. DFS. And all I see, of course, with these lawyers pleading with people to join some kind of a class action suit for DFS. Whoa, I'm just GME guys. GMI hitting the skids. Look at this GME. What big drop here. I'm wondering, with what's happened now with Bed Bath and Beyond and all these, they're all kind of linked in that the memers were all about GME, AMC, and Bed Bath and Beyond going to do wild things because of the shorts. But I think reality has set in completely now for Bed Bath and Beyond. Okay, guys, so we're getting some action here. IREN. Remember this one from last week? Also, IREN. Now, what sort of room does this have? I look left, 412 is what I see, and then after that, 488. So IREN has some room, okay, if you can take out 412. Just looking left, and that's the next high looking left on the daily chart. After that, 488. I'm not saying it's ever going to get up to 488, but for me to take this one, to even be interested, would have to take out 412 first. The news on Sandex, not good for the. If you do a search, you'll see the. I'm not trying to be mean, but you just have to do a search sometimes. Even if I wonder if it's even here. Yeah. So I don't know if you have. Do you have Jim? Do you have trade ideas? Should have the single stock window open. Okay, in my opinion. If you click on the news, you'll see the fall despite what they say is positive leukemia data. Okay, so that's the news. The reason I say it like this, instead of having to wait for somebody to tell you, because by the time I get to tell you, by the time I see your post, it might be too late. So most of the time, when you see a stock moving down, if you just even if you check on our news, Cipher guys is a Bitcoin play, probably, right? Sure. Cipher excuse me, CIFR is a Bitcoin play. Big surge with Bitcoin today, man. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You're interpreting, I mean, you're right, because when you look at it, it said despite, right? Positive, but the market doesn't care. Not positive enough for the market. That's the problem. Sometimes when you look, if you'd seen that news before the market opened and you say, wow, I'm going to pile into SNDX, that's why you just can't believe, or you can't know 100% for sure what your interpretation of the news is going, does that necessarily mean the stock is going to go up? Boy, look at this NEE, guys, just continuing down. Another bad week. Horrible week last week. Continuation this week. Wow, look at Femi. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Just nonstop. Unbelievable. Unbelievable move, guys. I mean, from 32 cents on the 25th of September, October 2nd now, 451. And it's not it's not like like an incredibly low float. 13 million is low, 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 but it's not incredibly low. Look at all the Bitcoin plays, guys. Riot, Coin, Hut, Mara, all the Bitcoin plays going crazy. Now, if you don't want to take an individual stock and you just want to maybe try to play an ETF, there's BITO. I know it's not, as William has said, it's not directly related to the price of Bitcoin, but pretty good. Well, here it is, Coffee. When you say you want to see the 10-day, did you not load it? If you're asking why I don't display it, because I don't display it because I don't want to overwhelm with all sorts of different scans on the monitor that I'm sharing. But if you have trade, but you obviously have trade ideas, so why don't you just load it and you'll see it. Okay, guys, LAC is giving it up. LAC, after the big run it had, well, it had a big couple of days last week, though it did sell off. Wow, look at NEP just continuing to move down. Your screen is blank. Are you talking about the overall trade ideas screen? Okay, do you have a green ball? CTLP, guys, CTLP on the move here. Do you have a green ball in your toolbar? Or is it another color? Is it red or orange or yellow? Are you getting any? So you're not getting anything. It's possible your connection is not. So again, it's possible you're not connected. I just have to know, do you have a green ball or is it another color in your toolbar? Well, that's my next question. But I thought, Coffee, you had, okay, but you had, is it just because you upgraded to an annual? Is that what you've done? Oh, okay, so did you just take out a subscription? Oh, okay. More than likely, as Pepe says, it's possible that you did not fill out the exchange agreements correctly. Okay, so here's what I can do for you. It's a common problem. Okay, don't worry. Go to the homepage. Okay, go to the homepage. Click on that homepage link. Click on the need help. Click on the ask, and then say, hey, listen, I just signed up. Here's my email that I used to sign up. Go to the chat. People are there right now. Click on the chat. Say, hey, this is my email. I just signed up. I'm getting no data. They'll more than likely, it's more than likely the exchange agreements. Okay, and then they'll tell you and they'll give you a link. All you have to do is say yes. Just basically they just want to make sure you're not a professional. We don't care, but the exchange does. Okay. It's a typical problem. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be the issue. When you have a green ball means you're connected correctly, but the exchange agreements are typically not signed up correctly or filled out correctly or at all. Okay. All right, guys. You want to know why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes? Take a look at FEMY. Look at that. Up to 470, almost 5, and right back down to 4. So I just like to see things settle down a little bit. Wow, look at NYCB underneath 11. Next low looking left is around 1058, excuse me, 1058 for NYCB. Okay, well, here we go. Now, Sandex is actually having a bit of a pop now, guys. Is it positive? No, not positive yet, but it is having a pop. So, John, was it you that asked that question about Jim? Jim. So, people are still looking at that headline and saying, well, wait a minute, maybe this is overdone on this selling, because it did hit a high, it did hit a high of 22 in the pre-market and then sold completely off. I mean, as I'm talk about a wide range, 22 down to 10. That's an insane wide range, isn't it? I just mentioned the NYCB. Now the problem. Now this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The problem I've got with it is that there might be a little too much support, not that far away. Okay, I mean the next low I see is around 1066. So we're at 1080 now. So it might be a little too close. Okay, guys, the trade of the week has actually officially triggered. Now you do what you want with it, of course, but the trigger price was 42. Been pretty whippy in the right off the bat though. But there is the trigger price, 42. Wow. Trade of the week is MBLY, mobile iron or something. MBLY, mobile eye. And the suggested entry is 42. How obviously with these trades of the week, How you trade them is up to you. I can see that, if it can really take out 42 in a big way, the next high is up here at around 45. So, wow, NEP just getting absolutely destroyed again. Not quite an all-time low. Let's take a look at NEE, its sister company. Same thing, NEE, just getting absolutely creamed again. Coffee, let me know, okay? If you get all settled, okay? Let me know. Yeah. I don't know about the ICCM. I know it tried to get back up to $1. Just doesn't look that good to me now. ICCM. Guys, Kellogg. What a gap down for Kellogg. Okay, 285 million in the float. So this is not a low float situation, but boy, oh boy, look at this gap down for Kellogg. Um, okay, after they completed a spin-off, okay. Okay, so they've created a company called Kellanova, all right? So that is the reason why Kellogg is down, I guess. Not I guess. It's some kind of a spin-off. Kellanova, all right? All right, ONON guys, this is now a reversal play. All right, you can see what it did on Friday. I mean, it did sell off a lot, but it did get up to $29, sold off down to 27. It was so positive for the day, big positive for the day, even though it did sell off. Now it's taken out the Friday's low, and that's ONON. So this is a reversal play. Well, K on the way down, guys, on that spinoff, Kellanova, called Kellanova now. Mentioned lithium, LAC earlier. This is still continuing down. LAC. All right, 949. Okay, this meme stock looks like it's trying to move a bit. AMC, forget it. I saw this in the pre-market. I just thought there might be a little too much resistance. This is the MNTS. Had a decent recovery day on Friday, trying to recover again today after, a steep decline over several weeks, and that is the MNTS. Don't have I don't know, Jason. I really don't know if there's been any improvements in the AI in terms of you know what? Why don't I just put that in there? I don't think so, Jay. I don't know if it's using ChatGPT. I really don't know. Well, guys, Sandex really actually worked out pretty nicely. I didn't take the trade, but Sandex worked out pretty nicely from the. It was just too early for me. I don't like trading before 9:40 or 9:45, but look at Sandex from the option activity scanner. So there was the first alert at 14:30, 14:73 now. Both of these would have been awesome, but I just resist taking trades in the first 15. And of course, this is what can happen. Okay, guys, this EYPT. Let's see what sort of room it has. Excuse me. iPoint Pharmaceuticals. Hmm. To me, it looks like there could be some resistance around 850. So market tried to put in, there's 30 minutes was up, but the second 15-minute candle is knocking that out. So, well, BNOX is actually a reversal play. BNOX is actually a reversal play. You're right. If it can take out that high over here, 356, Kev, you're right. It got up there this morning, but look at all the room it could potentially have. We have no information on it in terms of the float. Hey, you know what's moving, guys? FNGR still moving here. FNGR. So it's above Friday's high. It still has room to 755 to the next high on the daily chart. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. I have to repeat myself over and over because I get emails saying, "How come you say the next high? Does that mean it's getting there?" No, no. I'm just saying that's where the next high is. So I always look to see where the next high is to see where it could go before it would stop, before it could go. Operative word could. Okay, guys, the trade of the week over 42. That was the trigger point and above all these highs. So, I mean, this is looking maybe interesting. What's the volume like? Not bad. 205,000 to start, one and a half times normal. Now, how you trade them will be up to you if you do take the trades. These are meant for longer term holds. You mentioned DFS earlier. Now, this could be coming into a bit of resistance around the 93 level, DFS. Oh, I see you're talking about it right now too. Okay. Wow. More new lows for NEP. BNOX is still a little bit whippy, guys. You got to be careful. I mean, wow, look at that. Look how whippy that is. Got up to that, took out that high, and then just dropped immediately. 30-cent drops on a $3 stock. I mean, tough to take. Where are you going to put a stop? So So if you're looking at this AI alert for VTRS, this is why, I'm always saying, if you're going to take a look at the AI, you're it's a man and machine combination. So right off the bat, you should not have taken that trade. Okay. If you're looking at the AI and saying, well, I'm just going to take, if they suggest taking the trade at 1034, I'm going to do it. Why would you do that? Look at the 200-day moving average at 1040. You have to let it break 1040 at least. Okay. And then even then, when you look left, the next high is 1060. That's why, I mean, I'm not saying it, that's going to block it, but you've got to let it at least take out the 200-day moving average. And if it doesn't, don't take the trade. Meanwhile, NEE and NEP just continue moving down. All right, MNTS over 3. What would that look like looking at the daily chart and the next high? So the next high is 326, I think. Yeah, 326. So it's got a little bit of room, 326. You see, when I look left, what I'd rather see for something like this is like nothing when I look left on the daily chart instead of until maybe like a 4 or even a 350 level. But what I do see is 326, which could stall it. PBI just made a new high, guys. Pitney Bowes just made a new high, coming into what I think is a big resistance area around 350. MNTS, guys, just made another new high. MNTS made another new high. I don't know about a surge, but what would be nice if it could take out 430 or so. Boy, this one, look at it, EVRG. This again, this sector, electric power, EVRG has been just hit hard. This particular company, anyway, underneath 50 at EVRG. Okay, guys, I had an alert set for GPCR. This was set on 29th, so last week. I guess that was Friday. And why did I set it there? I'm trying to remember. Of course, this was the big one on Friday. $65, but it did sell off down to 50. Now I can't remember why I would set an alert there. All right, Shady's talking about SPHR, and I'm pretty sure. Okay. 42.17 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So that's far enough away. That's about $1 away. And look at this. Now it's showing up on the option activity scanner. Yeah, it looks like reality is finally setting in with FEMY. I don't think there were shares available to short. No, at Interactive Brokers. Too bad. Boy, Kay, on that news that they're, I don't know, Telenova now. Okay, Sphere is now at the pre-market highs, a little bit challenged the pre-market highs anyway. What did it get up to? 41.58. The pre-market high looks like around 41.47. So it challenged the pre-market highs. Okay, be careful, but BNOx, yeah, is still a daily reversal, but just, be careful. Let's stick to what the float is actually for BNOx. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just talking to somebody within Trade Ideas. Yeah, I mean, you just got to be careful. I'm sorry, I was going to get that float information. I think there's about 8 million in the float, 8.8 million in the float for BNOS. Yes, okay. Rolf, just give me a moment. I'm going to private message you, okay? So just check. I'm going to private message you. I'm going to type in test so you see that I'm there. Okay, so here's my homepage link. And then here's the code to use. Obviously, don't use the Barry 15, okay? Okay, great. Okay, guys, ONON. I've taken a short on this one. ONON, sorry, I should have said this a little bit earlier, but it's still around the same price, okay? ONON, this is on, probably, I might be a little bit late, but it broke down through that whole number of 27. This is on the daily reversal. I'm gonna have a pretty tight stop on it if it doesn't keep reversing. The next low looking left is 25.42. And again, this is on the daily reversal. I was mentioning this one earlier, 27.25. So anything in yellow is a potential to short. And there's that BNOX tricky one, but there anything in light blue is a potential to go long. And that is one of the scans that I'm sharing on my homepage. It's called by Shady on the Sphere, SPHR. Luca, are you in the YouTube room today? Look at that INVT now. INVT. Remember, the financing was done at $38, so now it's below that financing price, quite a bit below the financing price. IMVT. All right, or the VFC guys. VFC now is a daily reversal. VFC. VFC is a daily reversal. It is now below the low of Friday. That's how it gets triggered. Other filters in place, of course. And then the next low, I'm not going to, 1633 is the next low looking left for VFC. Again, this is what I'm talking about. 1695. You get an alert. There's the price, 1014. Sorry, there is the time of the alert, 1014 Eastern time. So this is the Kellanova, I guess. This, I guess, is the Kellanova, the CLG. This is the spinoff from Kellogg. And we had this resume or halt before ESLA. All right. So this one, I think we remember. Yes, I remember this one now. Remember, I was saying to keep an eye on this one and see how it was trading in the pre-market. Well, this is how it's trading in the pre-market. So this was a SPAC that turned into ESLA today. So far, a disaster. Oh, look at NEP again, guys. NEP, NEP. Wow. ONON. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, guys, I've covered some of the ONON, covered some of it. Just I don't know how much. Remember, it had a great day on. Well, I don't know if I can call it a great day. It was still way up from Thursday's close on Friday, but it didn't have a big sell-off. Got up to 29.11, closed down here at 27. Big sell-off. I mean, a decent sell-off. Boy, MNTS. I mean, wow, what a run. I mean, that 321 that I thought might block it, not even close. 321 went right through that. So the next high is 380. 326 is what I thought might block it, not even close. There's another one. I don't know how dynamic it's going to be, but this is another one that is a reversal, a daily reversal, and that is at it. Looks a lot, doesn't it? It looks a lot like the ONON in terms of big pop on Friday, but a sell-off, still way above Thursday's close, but it did sell off, and now it's continuing down. Edit, EDIT. No, I didn't take that one. I didn't take it because I thought it didn't have enough room to keep moving down. Though, I mean, I guess at the price of 738, sorry, 744, still hanging around that price. So the alert was at 10:10 Eastern time. 744 was the price, 739 now. Boy, MNTS just absolutely didn't even pause at 326. I don't. Well, let's take a look. I didn't see it as an earnings play. MNTS. No, not an earnings play. There's no news for it. I just bottom fishing, in my opinion, Jose and Max. Just bottom fishing, something that was beaten up over several weeks. And then on Friday, some bottom fishers showed up. I mean, maybe there was some news on Friday, but certainly not an earnings play. We have it on November the 7th. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. I think it's just a bottom fishing play. This has always been a tricky one, guys. Boy, look at the price though, EBIX. Look at the price. I mean, not that long ago, this was up at $33. End of July. So 2 months ago, basically 2 months ago, this was the $33 stock. EBIX, $8 now. Oof. Too late to get in? Well, what I see is 380 is the next high on the weekly chart. Doesn't absolutely mean it's going to stall there, but there's the next high. So I mean, it's extended now. I mean, you've got four pretty big 15-minute candles up. Meanwhile, guys, the BNOX, if this hadn't happened, if this big bottoming tail had not happened after the first break over that number, I probably would have taken some, but I just find it a little too volatile for me. But if you held on, but I'd be pretty quick to take profit, guys, in this market. Look at this. Not that a BNOX is following what the market's doing, but look at the market. Look at these topping tails now. You know, buyers had, for instance, the buyers had the SPY up to this 428 level, and sellers just knocked it down. Buyers tried again. Now this candle still has 7 minutes to close, but the sellers are just stepping in and knocking it down. So if you're in a stock that kind of tracks the market, BNOX is not one of them. It doesn't care what the market's doing so much. But so this showed up on the daily reversal, 356. All right, guys. Well, that on and was just a kind of a quick trade so far. I'm out of it completely. I wish I'd taken more. I will tell you right now, I did scalp the K. I wish I held it. When I found out there was a spinoff, I kind of said, okay, well, maybe that's about it. TS, guys. TS. Now, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 29.88. So it's got a little bit of room. TS has got a little bit of room. 30, 45, 46 right now on the way down. Mobilized, but all over the place. MBLY. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's any, excuse me, anything kind of interesting. So there's TS, guys, continuing down. TS continuing down. Just mention that one. Might be a good idea. I've showed how you can. I mean, these are the momentum ups, but probably a good idea to have the momentums down also. And I showed people how to do that. Look at this market. Look at these topping tails on the last two 15-minute candles for the SPY. Look at these topping tails. Buyers have been trying, but the sellers keep knocking it down. ICU. Somebody mentioned that one. Excuse me. Oh, I see. It's a real cheap one. Okay, well, good luck, guys. That's why it's not. Excuse me. That's why it's not showing up anywhere for me. All right, so PetQ is on the move here, guys. PetQ is on the move. I see that. I don't think I saw this one when I was looking at my upgrades, but has been raised to $30 by Truist from 25. A price target of 30 now put on by PetQ or by Truist on PetQ. I guess they had an original target of 25. So I guess that's the reason why I don't see any other reason why this one is moving like this. Pretty low float, 27 million in the float. Again, just because Truist puts a $30 price target on it, don't think it's going to get there ever or soon. But always, usually sometimes presents an opportunity to potentially at least day trade them to see how well these people are looking at those recommendations and do they pile in for a day anyway. Okay, guys, I took some of the VFC on a short underneath 15 now, or sorry, 17 now. I'm in at around 1686 on the VFC. Again, I'm in kind of scalp mode, okay? Just kind of trying to carve stuff out of the market right now. Um, and again, that showed up 1695. Wanted to wait a little bit longer to make sure it kind of cleared 17 in my mind anyway. And again, why am I doing it? Well, the next low is 1634. So no, I still just have a 15-minute chart, Andres, Andreas, Andre. Just don't know how to pronounce it though. So I'll say Andre. How's that? I'll just say Andre. But I'm not a scalper. I'm only saying I'm looking. I mean, I would never take it. I'm not taking a stock just because I think I'm only gonna get 5 cents or 10 cents out of it. But I'm gonna be quick, to take some profit on things because I just see the market's just too choppy. So I'm in this one, and the only reason I'm in it broke down through 17. So I always like to see stocks breaking down through a whole number, and then I look left, and it's got room to 1635. I'm not saying it's getting there, but if, for instance, if I look left and the next low was say 1670, I wouldn't be taking this trade. I don't know how I pronounced it the first time though. Look at the O and N. I'm out of it completely now. Too bad. I only got out because of that pop, They looked like it was popping up, but anyway, O N continues down now. What about MBLY? I mean, I know it's a trade of the week. It triggered, how you trade it will be up to you. I'm typically not trading the trades of the week just because I'm not a swing trader really, and they're designed for longer term holds. I'm also finding, it's trading a lot like the market. This is a stock that will probably trade a little bit more closely to what the market's doing rather than completely on its own. So, but it triggered at 42, but what you're going to do with it is up to you. I do see, on the weekly chart, it has room to 45 if it gets back over that 42 again. But I'm not, but I typically don't trade the trades of the week. This did intrigue me because it did have some room over 42 to the 45, but I just think that, it's kind of trading a lot like the market. Welcome. Welcome, Rob. Are you new to trading though also? Are you just only new to trade ideas or are you new to trading also? Just GI, okay. So I am, in fact, it's 10:34 now. Usually I do this around 10:30. So this might, you might be interested in some of the stuff I'm going to talk about. Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay. So I put my homepage link in and this is what you're going to find to start off with. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out a yearly subscription, just tell me you want to do that, and I can give you a 25% off promo code. Okay, if you want to take out an annual. If you do, excuse me. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this to start. You go to the Get Started and go through your download and install, your first startup and login. This will take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, including introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. If you're brand new to trading, Trading 101. This is a series of videos. In fact, Michael Noss put this together. Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 today. I'll explain that. Stock of the day video that I do. I'm going to be hard pressed to find one today, but stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week. Now, trade of the week this week is MBLY. It is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. The getting started section again. Now, here is more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, if you're interested in stock racing, and our price alerts. I would really look at price alerts. I'll demonstrate how you can use them. So simple to do. I use them all the time. And again, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. So don't get overwhelmed by how big it is. Here is the getting started series again. Now, the daily support sessions, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Tuesday. It is Michael Noss's day. I will confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over there and listen to Michael. And then now, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit until that middle section. Here are the scans that I am sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. That at least tells me the stocks that may, once the market opens, be ones to follow, okay? This is the momentum scan that you see right here. Momentum scan that you see right there. This is the halts resumes, not too active today. We've had some insanely active days, and that halts resumes, not too active today. And this is the abnormal option activity scan right there. Now you'll hear me talking about, you've heard me talk about the daily reversal. Here it is, the daily reversal right here. And all it's looking for are stocks that were up big the day before and now they're down today. Or stocks that were down big the day before and now they're up today, a daily reversal. You'll also hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and down. Here they are. Look at the NEP. Oh man, 2740, 2425 right now. Okay, so these ones right here. Now this is the don't repeat version. That's why it says DR. So why I like to a lot of my scans, I like to have them side by side. This tells me, okay, you had an alert for NEP at 9:37 Eastern time. The alert was at 2740. What did it do from there? Well, obviously insanely good. Over a $3 move. That's why I like to have the daily the don't repeat version beside it. But that's up to you. So that's why this is in what we call the doc version of all of these 4 scans. But you can get them individually if you want. Some people don't want to short, so that's why I don't give the doc version out. But you can pick and choose what you want. So all I ask is this, very simple request. If you decide you do want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. You can save my homepage link. If you save my homepage link, and of course you can take a look at my scans anytime you want, the education section anytime you want. And if you decide at some point in time, today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, you want to take out a subscription, if you click on my homepage link and use my code, it really helps the room. Helps to keep this room free. This is a free room. But obviously there's a cost to running the room, and the company just wants to see. We use it for marketing, obviously. The company wants to make sure that it's working in terms of the marketing. So how they know? Well, if you take out a subscription using my link, they know that it's working. That's all I ask. Also, if you've got friends, family, whatever, that are maybe interested in, they don't have to be traders. They don't have to have trade ideas to be in this room, but maybe they're interested to see, what happens on a daily basis in the stock market. Come on into the room. Now, if you take one of my scans and you want to know what it's looking for, this is the format virtually for any type of scan, alert windows or top list windows. If you right click and you click on configure, and then you click on summary, this is going to tell you what the scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect of trade ideas. There are a lot of screeners that you can buy out there, okay? Or nothing unique about this, okay? Where we're really careful, real-time alerts. Okay, so in this particular scan, if the price is between 1 and 100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, this gives it the momentum. And the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So this is the screening aspect in the scan. So if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. So the last one Pet Q was the last one that met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That was at 10:32. It's 10 minutes ago. So no stock so far has met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day since 10:32. So if you took my scan and you like the idea of it, but maybe you don't like the price range as an example, okay? So you can always change things, of course, in these values. So if, for instance, if you left click on that icon, and here are all the filter values that you see. So if I click on the price, if I go and change that 1 to a 10, now I click on summary, you see now how it's changed to 10 and 100. Or maybe you want a different minimum volume, or maybe you want to, when you get used to using trade ideas, you see a filter that you like to add, or maybe you want to take one of these out, you don't care. Up to you, of course. So you can take the scan exactly as I have created it, or you can modify it. Now, I use new high of the day. Okay. Now let me show you something. I'm going to cancel out because I don't want to change my scan. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click and click on configure, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So you can see right at the top, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the top, the new high of the day and new low of the day. But if I keep scrolling down, you'll see that we have many, many real-time alerts. If you're looking for the new 5-minute high, new 5-minute low, or 10-minute high, 10-minute low, etc., we have them. And if I scroll down even more, when we come to these icons, these are all the filter icons we've got. Now, please don't get hung up on how many we have. Don't think, my goodness, how am I going to learn them all? How am I going to learn this program if I have to learn all those real-time alerts and all these filters? You don't have to. The only reason we have so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. So I'm not a big indicator guy, Holiday, at all. Look at my 15-minute chart. Do you see anything? Nope. I'm not a big indicator guy at all. So, but there are people that swear by them, and that's fine. The only thing I look at really is the 200-day moving average. That's that blue line on the my daily chart, and I'm aware of where the VWAP is. That's it. I have a very, very simple style of trading. Okay, and that's not a recommendation to do what I do. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking a look at maybe some other moving intraday moving averages. I know Real uses the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart and maybe even the 5. But I'm just somebody who, I played around with all the different indicators way back. And I just found that for me, for my style of trading, as a momentum type trader, all I cared about was, if the stock is making a new high, looking left on the daily chart and checking to see where the next high was on the daily. I couldn't see it on the daily. I'll look left to see where it is on the weekly. And that's really it. Am I profitable? Well, I probably wouldn't keep doing this if I weren't, Alex. I've been doing this for a long time. Guys, give me a moment. My voice is I'm starting to lose my voice up here. So I think I better get some more water and put some honey in it. So I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Except when I'm starting to lose my voice, first couple hours on Monday. Usually it's Friday afternoon. But anyway, yeah, maybe my last day doing this, Bob. Maybe I'll drink some scotch and see how that works. Oh boy, 3M guys, 3M. This is boy, look at this one. Look at 3M. You didn't really see this one. It's out of the price range that I typically look at, but look at 3M. Now they had that big settlement. I can't remember what that acronym was, but some big settlement back here, I think, and the market sort of cheered that on. Maybe because it wasn't going to cost them as much as the market thought. But look at this, 3M just absolutely getting hammered here. And this is unbelievably, is that right? This is an all-time low for 3M. All-time low for 3M. I'm going to repeat that. All-time low for 3M at $89. Now, look, our data goes back maybe to 2010. So before somebody says, well, wait a minute, 3M was way below that. So it's possible that 3M was below that, 13 years ago. Mm. Now, if you're new to the room, first of all, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. I'm on the mic, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., sharing my screen. Now, I don't know if I think I saw William earlier. William in our room has graciously, most days, keeps the room open until 4 o'clock. Okay, maybe a little bit after, depending on what sort of earnings plays. Probably not today. I don't think there are big earnings plays after hours today. There might be. You won't, so you can keep in the room if you still want to talk about trading, amongst yourselves. I won't be on the mic, and you won't see my screen anymore. But you can still, hang around in the room if you want to until about 4 o'clock. Just have to confirm that William will do that today. Yeah, so he's saying he'll keep the room open until 4 o'clock. So I usually take off around 3. If there are questions, I'll always stick around for questions, but if there are no questions, I usually head off at about 3 Eastern time. Man, I gotta fix my voice here. Well, did Bob G already mention that? A 10-year low anyway, okay, cool. I didn't see that regarding the triple M. Okay, guys. So VFC not doing too badly. Let me try to let's see. VFC. This is the one I'm short in. 1686. VFC, and yeah, it's inching its way down. Any sort of a little pop up, I'll get out. And again, it has room. The next low looking left is 1635. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but PRST. All right, 32 million in the float. Presto Automation. Okay, so PRST, obviously a ton of room. I don't really recall seeing this one on Friday. Has earnings coming up on the 10th, but on Friday had a horrible day. Few horrible days in a row, actually, but big horrible day on Friday. Got down to 134. I don't know. Maybe they did a financing. It's like, see if they did a financing. No, I have to learn German and French. And French I'm okay on, but I'm not. My German is a little bit sketchy. So they named a new. Okay, we've got a new. What a great name, Xavier Casanova, new CEO for Presto. That was announced on the first. I'm sorry. That's eight. That's the. I was thinking this is 10-1, but no. Now this will not show up on my daily reversal unless it got up to 253. Well, if you were able to hang on to some of the BNOCs, you've done very well. I'm not in this one. That was that was really good though. I mean, but all depends where you put your stop. You got these bottoming tails to contend with. Hmm. Doc, I don't know. It has happened to me on occasion, and I have to keep trying. It's happened to me on occasion. I don't know. I don't have a Pepe. Any idea on that one? If you look on the trade ideas questions with the confirmation, yeah. Well, or going, yeah. I had to keep. I have to keep doing. I don't want to do it now. I don't want to get booted out. I mean, it shouldn't happen, and obviously for most people, it doesn't happen. Now he can always go to YouTube. I don't. It shouldn't be. I mean, it's just this trading room here. It's a web browser basically, so it shouldn't make any difference. You really shouldn't. But then again, I'm not too familiar. I know what Amazon Fire is. I know what it is, but it shouldn't make any difference. Oh, you can always try YouTube. As a stopgap. I mean, nothing wrong with YouTube, especially if you just wanted to hear me and maybe see the screen if he doesn't care about talking to you, Doc. Yeah, so here is the difference. I mean, NEP has always traded a little bit differently from NEE. Well, before I say that, let's make sure of that. Yeah, see, look at NEE. I mean, yes, there's a bottoming tail there, but this has always traded, very differently from, well, not very, but definitely differently from the NEP. In other words, when you look at the NEP, you saw we had some green candles, okay? But NEE has been really the one to look at as opposed to the NEP for consistently down. Okay, guys, I'm just continuing to watch my short on the VFC. See if we can get through that 60 mark. Yeah, the GPCR, that would have been a nice one. I did not take it. I mean, obviously an awesome one. Where was the first alert for it? I can't remember when I first started talking about it, or somebody brought it to my attention in the room, and then I looked at it. Might have been even better here, around 53. Oh, I know what happened. I had a price alert for 53, and I couldn't figure out why I had it. I said it last week. Well, I guess I should have taken it. 53 to 58 now. Oh man, look at K. This was, yeah, I mean, I just should have I kept this one, but actually I probably would have. I didn't know it was a spin-off and all this, but with his whoever came up with that name, Kellanova. But this is just straight down, really. All right, here's another daily reversal, but it's pretty whippy. IMMX, another daily reversal, guys. You can see that, yeah, this is a tough one though. Look at the trading last week. Well, sorry. Well, there's the daily reversal. Okay, so there's the red bar on Friday, and it's reversing today. So that's basically, with other filters in place, of course, it's not just a matter of stocks taking out the high of the previous day. The previous day, well, let's take a look at the daily reversal and what the filters are. So down big yesterday, up big today. Now up big, I probably should you know, it's called daily reversals. Okay, I mean this is the one of the alert windows, and the other one is, of course, is up big yesterday, down big today. They're not necessarily up big or down big today, but they were down or up big the day before. So let's take a look at the filters that I got. What has to happen? So in this particular one, the stock had to be down at least 5% the day before. Okay. And now have to be at least up 1%. Okay. From has to be, so that's not necessarily, is it huge, like not huge up big today, but it's at least up, it's positive, and it's 100% above, of course, the low. It's above the high of the day before. That's what that filter is doing. So that's why when you see at IMMX, you can see that it's above the high of Friday. It's up at least 1%. It's actually up 13%. Okay, 150,000 shares, 303,000 shares. So these are the filters that I've got. And then the reversal is just, stock making a new low, has to be down at least 1% from yesterday's close and had to be up 5% the day before. So these are reversal plays. And the way I'm sharing it, it's in a what we call a multi-strategy window where I've got both of those alerts in the same window. So up big yesterday, but down big today, down big yesterday, but up big today. And so it's color coded. If it's light blue, that means a suggestion to go long. And if it's yellow, a suggestion to go short. And I've covered some of that VFC, said if it had any sort of a little pop. And it might be popping with the market a little bit, okay? Might be popping with the market. And the other thing, if you're new here, or relatively new, either new today or relatively new, don't be afraid. Don't be shy, I should say. You can ask questions all day long, okay? Don't think that you're interrupting me. I don't know where Shady's short or stop was in SPHR because I know it got down to 40.28. That's a pretty big drop. Did you get stopped out and now you're back in it? Boy, Kellogg just continues to get hammered here, guys. Market's not that excited about this spinoff. Kellanova, new WK Kellogg shares soggy on first day after spinoff. Okay, so this is now, okay, so this is not Kellogg, this is Kellanova. And then the other, what is it? What is the KLG, okay? So I guess it's the same symbol, obviously, the same symbol, just a different name. But market is not happy with what's happening. And then let's take a look at KLG. So Kellogg will remain in the S&P 500, while this new one will join the S&P Small Cap 600, and that'll happen on tomorrow. It's not in the S&P Small Cap 600 right now. This KLG, this spinoff, but tomorrow it'll be trading on the S&P Small Cap 600. Okay, so you had a $40 stop on it. Okay, I guess you're still in it then. Got close, 40.20. Man, look at ON. Oh, brother. I wish I were still in this one. Now this is getting closer and closer to Thursday's low. Dom, I hate to disappoint you horribly, but you cannot, we don't have EMSs, and we don't have what you're looking for, like at 233 SMA. We don't have that, and we don't have any exponential moving averages. You can put them on the charts, but not as alerts, not as filters. And I don't think we have the 55 SMA either. When you type in SMA, this is what we've got. Oh, we have nothing regarding EMA. So this is what we have, some SMA crosses, period crosses, and we have 50, 20, 10, and 8 in the 200, of course. Anybody stick in the onion longer than I did? The ONON? That's a great, great move. Look at Bally, guys, another casino stock. Bally, all-time low, BALY, all-time low. This is a lot like this BEP was a lot like NEP and NEE. I could not short this one. This is one of those ones that basically puts up a warning message in Canada. I'm in Canada, of course, and saying that some weird tax issues could happen if I short this one. So I don't have a link to my layout, Dom. So what I do is you can pick and choose what scans you want. So if you click on my homepage link, if you click on my homepage, excuse me, my homepage link, then scroll down until you get to the scan section right here. Click here. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. And the ones you can see, the abnormal option activity and the momentum scan. Okay, these are the two scans that I'm sharing that you can actually see. I have some other scans on my other monitor, my 10-day daily breakouts and down. And then I've been talking about this one, which is giving me some nice trades today, the daily reversal, which is right there. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. So you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want. The reason I don't have a giant layout that I share, because not everybody wants everything. So I think for me anyway, I think it's better to just show individual scans, and you kind of can take a look at them and see if they meet the type of criteria that you look for your trading style. Okay, guys, 11:13. So in about 45 minutes, I will be taking my break. Michael, I'm just going to confirm it's Michael today. Be prepared when you if you listen to Michael, he's going to nag at you. I don't nag at you quite as much as he does, but regarding a business plan, a trading plan, because people say, well, does this look good? Does that look good? Does this? And I have no problem answering questions like that, but a lot of it is, you have to have some kind of a trading style, some kind of a trading plan. So the fact that something might look good to me, I understand that for other people, they'll look at that, go, I don't like that, and that's fine because it doesn't meet their trading style or plan. I am a momentum trader. I don't look at pullbacks that often. Doesn't mean I will never take one. It's just that I just try to concentrate on stocks making new highs or new lows of the day. There are plenty of opportunities that I can find during the day rather than trying to, find other types of trading setups. But my trading style, of course, does not necessarily have to meet your trading style. So, Iris, are you talking about the daily reversal? It's on my homepage. Just go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage, click on the link, and go to the scan section. Go to the scan section. So click on my link, go to this, scroll down, go to the scan section, and here it is, daily reversals, if that's what you're talking about. These are all today. Yeah, I mean, every day it'll be different. And you can see, you don't get too many alerts. These are all the now you have now what I'm sharing is the repeating version of it, okay? Because not everybody wants to see the don't repeat. I like, as I've said before many times, I like to have them side by side so I can see where was the first alert, what did it do from there? You don't have to do that, but this is the repeating version of it. So NI has showed up, NI nickel has showed up on the abnormal option activity scan 2350. So a word about my abnormal option activity scan, okay? I don't trade options. So you might say, well, what the heck do you have this up here for if you don't trade options? So all I'm looking for on a daily basis are stocks that are having abnormal activity. Okay, usually it's always going to be about abnormal volume. And this is just another way I can find stocks that are having abnormal action today by looking at how what sort of activity is happening with regarding options. So what I do here, so look at NI as an example. Okay, so far it's traded 1,260 contracts, not a huge number, but my minimum in the scan is 500, but that represents 229% of normal. In other words, 2.2 ratio wise of normal. And so what is normal? Well, what the scan looks at, it looks at the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. That's what normal is defined as. So today it is 2.3 times that. So the minimum it has to be in this scan is 150% of normal. Okay. And so so it's just another way of finding stocks that are behaving abnormally by looking at the option activity. I don't trade the options. Mm. Excuse me, guys. I'm all confused here. There's a holiday in Canada today, so I was thinking that it's the first market day of being Tuesday, but yeah. It's Chris today. All confused. Yeah, so it's not Michael Noss in our YouTube room. It'll be Chris. It's his okay. So actually it'll be Chris in our YouTube room today, not not Michael Noss. He's in on Tuesdays. Look at Finger, guys. FNGR. Look at Finger, FNGR. And Sphere just made a new high. SPHR made a new high. It's Shady's call. And let's see where it was on the option scanner. So 41.19 at 10 o'clock. It's a pretty good move from 41.19, 42.46 now. But take a look now. Where could FNGR keep going? That's the question. So it has some room to make sure. It has some room to 752 on the daily chart. Okay. When you look left, this is having a great run. If you recall, Finger back here in August, it had a tremendous run. Went from about $4 to 8, but a double. Had a nice run. Huge pullback, but it's resuming its run now. You know, that IMVT really giving up that financing price of 38. So this was a huge one on last week. Got all the way up at one point to $44, starting from 20. Did a financing, but the financing was at 38. Looked like it was trying to hold that 38 financing, but not today. This was new news on this one, but not today. And the ROIV probably moving down with it. Well, it's having a bit of a pop. It is our ROIV owns around 60% of IMVT. So that's the tie-in. So ROI, you're right. Wow, $1.5 billion. It's filed a shelf offering up to $1.5 billion. Okay, well, that is obviously causing that problem then for the IMVT. Do I stay away from, now, are you talking about Bitcoin itself? Or are you talking about Mara and Riot and all those? Don't stay away from anything if on a stock if it sets up well for me. So I don't have any bias one way or the other. But if you're talking like if you're talking like trading Bitcoin, I don't. But if you're talking about trading like the Maras and the Riots and all that, yeah, I mean if it sets up well, I'll do it. Okay. I do find that they're very the only problem I've got with the Maras and the Riots, well, it's a big problem, and the coins and all those, they're so tied. It's sort of like why I don't trade oil stocks, energy stocks, or Stocks that are very, very tied to the sector, unless they have some specific news on their own, if that makes sense. Okay. So you're going to trade Marin, right? You probably have to have like something a BITO alongside it to see how it's trading. I just don't like trading things that are so tied, to either commodity or to a sector. Mike C in our YouTube room, longtime subscriber, longtime contributor. Good morning, Mike. UPTD has stopped trading, right? Yeah, so UPD is now ESLA. This was the SPAC, UPTD, and they announced on Friday that they were going to this was going to turn into ESLA. It's probably very low. I don't, we have for UPTD, I don't, probably not much different, probably pretty low, but it's a disaster right now, ESLA. Uh, I went to a site that I checked for floats. They say we have not indexed this ticker yet, ESLA, so it's still so new. But it's going to be very low. I mean, UPTD was under a million, so it's probably very, very low. Well, when you say not tradable, what do you mean? I mean, you can trade it. I wouldn't. It's tradable. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, it says a disaster right now. I mean, look what it's done. But if you wanted to buy it, or yeah, you could, if that's what you meant. Do you know what a SPAC is? Okay, so again, so this is now the old UPTD is now ESLA. Now I can't answer for Thinkorswim, but with Interactive Brokers, I mean, here's the bid ask. So you want to trade it, you can, but I wouldn't. I mean, why, this is just a disaster. Groupon, GRPN, making a new high. Yeah, look at Groupon. Wow. GRPN, guys. What a run it's had. Started around $11 not that long ago. $16 now, a little over 16. Oh, look at this one, GLP. Not very much volume. That's the that's the issue. GLP. Look at this. Look at this candle for GLP. This is. I wonder if this is sort of like the NEP. Name maybe not. Thought maybe it was the same sector or something. But when you look at GLP, unfortunately, there's just not a lot of volume. But look at this. Look at this candle. Maybe some support here. 32.53, about 50 cents away. So Mike C in our YouTube room is saying Bill Ackman was being interviewed on CNBC about the potential on a trading instrument called Spark, not SPAC. So put an R before the C. Mr. Ackman says it has advantages over the SPAC. So I haven't heard of this at all. I don't know if there are any out there yet, but Spark. Yeah, I looked at these in the pre-market. I just thought perhaps it had too much resistance around that 150 area, 150 to 160. I mean, I know it popped up to two, but came right back down. So that's why I didn't really talk about it in the pre-market. But I suppose maybe traders are looking at, well, what if we can get up to that pre-market high again? But I just look left. To me anyway, I just see way too much resistance on the daily chart. Okay, so wow, here, so look at the pixie guys. Now this is a reverse split. Okay, this is a reverse split. This is not, and it finally was active today as a reverse split. And this is the pixie PIXY. What was it 1 for 24? I think it's effective today. Give me a moment as I try to load that. You know what? Look at this. This is really weird again, moving ahead of the reverse split because it says that it will be on October 14th. October 14th. So this is moving ahead of that reverse split, not unlike what it did here on September 28th. You rarely see something like this. So this is again moving ahead of the reverse split. And what is the ratio? Can they tell me the ratio here? It was supposed to happen on the 30th. All right. Well, if you believe this, the delay is necessitated by the principal shareholder's plans to effect charitable donations of his shares, etc. Oh well. So actually, it will not start trading until October 16th as the reverse split. That is really, really strange action. So it is a 1 for 24. So that float will be reduced by 24 by a factor of 24, not by 24. Yeah, PetQ did pretty well, guys. I did not take this one. PetQ did very pretty well. Now, hmm, where's any resistance? PetQ, where's the resistance? I think they had some. Yeah, this is the one that had the upgrade from 25 to 30 by Truist Securities. Okay, so there's the moment. There is on the monthly chart for PetQ, and the next highs are around 25.37. So it's had a nice few months actually. What a crazy day Riven has had. RIVN released some information in the pre-market. The market initial reaction was yay, 25.50, and then a nay, right down to 287, crawling back ever since. I'm missing out on this one. This is a daily reversal, guys, MDAI. So it took out 304, and that was the trigger, MDAI. Probably we do not have float information. Okay, thank you, William. I did not know that. Pixie. S- Very, very strange action, guys. Very, very strange. Now, again, most companies, if you're unfamiliar with why a company would do a reverse split, it's to get their share price over a dollar. That's typically one of the mandates to be still listed on NASDAQ is to have a share price over a dollar. There are other things, of course, but so you can see that Pixie was, down to 38 cents, 40 cents. So companies do reverse splits. If you're unfamiliar what that means, basically you would just multiply the current price then by 24 and divide the number of shares outstanding by 24. So when you multiply those two numbers together, remember what market cap is. Market cap is the current share price times the shares outstanding. That gives you your market cap. So if you reduce both by the same factor, you'll still get the same market cap. So, so this is just crazy action. So again, maybe people are saying, "What a nice guy." Okay, we're going to reward this stock price. CEO's donation of shares to charitable to charity, some charity. I don't know what charity, but William, you're such a cynic. The CEO Fund of America, a little known charitable cause. Okay, guys, NI looks good actually. I mean, it's a bit of a chase here, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this next low looking left, we're in a 2 year, definitely a 2 year low now. You can tell by my single stock window position in 2 year range minus 5.8%. That means it's below looking left 2 years. Morning, Rajesh. Finger on the move, guys here. FNGR. How can you have two different stocks in the chart window? You mean literally two different stocks here? Like NI is one, and then you want somehow Apple or something in the same chart? So are you talking something like this? I don't use this at all, but let me bring out a chart here. Oh, oh, it doesn't have to be in. So you just want So I think what you want, like here is my SPY, right? Is this what you mean? Excuse me, this what you mean? I got the SPY, so when I click on an alert, the SPY, it doesn't change, but it changes here, of course, because that's what I want it to do. These are linked. These timeframes are linked, 15 daily and weekly are linked. Is that what you mean? And yet the SPY, okay. That's easy. So just right click on a chart and go to properties and a box will pop up and you see where it says symbol linking? Just uncheck it. Uncheck the symbol linking. And once it's unchecked, then when you click on an alert, it won't change. So you can put so you can put your own, you can put as well. I have a few thumbnail charts over here. Okay. And of course, when I click on alert, none of these change because everything is because the symbol linking is unchecked in each one of these. The unknown too. How can I trade? Are you serious? I mean, I have I can get you started by having you take a look at a series of videos, but are you actually serious? Which is okay. If you're serious, that's fine. I guess the question is, have you ever traded a stock? Have you ever traded a stock before? Yeah, you need a broker, and I mean, I don't know how basic you want me to start as far as how can I trade. Okay, well here, first of all, and we'll take this to the general market talk. Okay, you're in the specific stocks only. Okay, so find that tab that says general market talk. Okay, can you see my screen? So click on that tab that says general market talk. Now, if you're talking about you, like how can you trade from within trade ideas, that's a little different. And there is a way if you want. So please, so again, please go to the general market talk and I'm putting in a link called Brokerage Plus. Okay. So the only way you can trade from within trade ideas is if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Okay, then you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, and you can actually, so you would click on an alert, you notice in the Brokerage Plus, and also you have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So you would load it from here, from our, excuse me, the toolbar. You click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This window will show up. And then in the video, in the link that I showed you or posted, there are two videos. The short video shows how you connect if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account to this. Okay. Then the longer video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. But in essence, you click on an alert, the symbol shows up, you pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at, things like that. So only though if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account can you use this to trade one of those two accounts. If you have any other broker account, you can't do it. Now, I think we're in the process of adding alpaca. I don't know how many people actually have alpaca, but so does that help? But you have to watch that vid. Yeah, there are two videos. One's a short video, again showing you how to connect live. Oh, you have alpaca. Okay. Well, because I think now, yeah, I guess we're live now. So you can, if you have an alpaca account, I guess you can trade. Just give me a moment, okay? That finger, guys, is definitely on the move here. FNGR, nickel on the way down, NI on the way down. Actually, a pretty good day, I have found, for stocks that have decent trends, especially on the downside. So, what are you doing exactly? You're typing in Microsoft and Tesla, etc. They are known too. And if you're going to type in symbols, probably better to put them in caps. Okay, just put them in caps, though, just to make them stand out. Okay. Now, if you're asking me about what I think, I don't trade Tesla or Microsoft, but take a look at Tesla. If you're asking me, yeah, I mean, as William said, I mean, Riven looks sort of the same. A lot of big downturn at the beginning of the day, and then a recovery. I don't know if you would consider if you don't want to trade Tesla because of the how expensive it is, you might want to consider TSLL. It's the 1.5 version of Tesla. It's an ETF specifically for Tesla and has plenty of volume, so you're very, very liquid. It's TSLL. And if you wanted to short Tesla in buying something, you could short Tesla with TSLS. So you'd be buying this one. Now, obviously, you wouldn't want to do it right now, but you could buy this one if you thought Tesla was going down. Obviously, Tesla, that's not what you want to do right now. But these are ETFs specifically for Tesla. And the attraction, obviously, is the fact that they're a lot cheaper. Again, I don't know if you're hearing me, but put the symbols in caps. What do you mean by can I just write? No, I mean, you can't write it. I mean, I'm not sure I understand what you mean, the unknown too. I mean, if you're using Brokerage Plus and you're connected to your Alpaca account, well, you click on the alert that you want, or you can type it in and then you pick how many shares you want. And then if you want to sell them, you sell. But are you talking about options? Because, 1,000 shares of Google is pretty expensive. Well, here's Google right here. So, Chris, I hear you. You might want
Yes,
to,
sir.
okay, give me a moment and I'll let everybody know, number one, that you're there. I'll get
All
my
right.
announcement up, turn down my music so we can converse a little more
Excellent.
civilly.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and swap screens in the meantime.
Sure. Okay, guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room right now. This is the YouTube link. Okay, so you can head over. Again, the unknown, I don't know what you mean. When you say you see, I'm just talking to somebody in our other room, Chris. I don't know what you mean. You see an alert. Okay, but if you want to trade it, okay, you can go into this, but you're not going to trade 1,000 shares of Google, are you? I mean, $134 stock. So are you talking about options? And we don't scan for options. Okay, just give me another moment, Chris, as I get my announcement in so they know I'm gone.
Of course, of course.
Okay, so, okay, you know what? Maybe go over to YouTube. Maybe Chris can help you. I don't quite, I don't know if you're being serious. I mean, how can you want to sell more than, I mean, oh, I see. You're talking about here? When you see and you see it says 1,000? Jeez. At the top? Yeah, you can put any number you want in there. This is just, giving you quickly those who want to sell, 100, 200, 300, whatever. But you can type whatever number you want in there, if that's what you mean. You can also head over to YouTube. Chris has got more, I hate to do this to you, Chris, has more experience using Brokerage Plus than I do. But I mean, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, this is just quickly, if people want to sell these number of shares, it's a drop down menu. But you can type, you want to put 2,000 or 1,500, you can do anything you want. Okay. So you can head over to YouTube if you want. Chris is there. You might want to ask him questions also. And now I'm going to put myself on mute in this room. Hello, Chris.
Mr. Barry, how are you?
I'm okay, actually. Had a decent day so far.
All right. I'm trying to work on it here. Got a position in AAOI there. Got a bit of a short float going on, so we'll see. We'll see what happens there. I've already sold a bunch out on it.
Nice, nice looking left, 1253 or so on the 1255 on the daily looking left. Yeah.
So I've sold a bunch out already. I'm kind of waiting around to see what happens, really bucking the market trend here. But that 20% short float got me wanting to consider taking a little home overnight. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. And I took a trade on BNOX.
You did?
Actually,
okay.
I took a loss. Then I got a win. I was in a support chat, and I wasn't really focused like I should have been. So I just cut the trade short when it got wobbly. I don't know where it was, somewhere in here around 10 o'clock, just after 10.
Right.
And then when it broke back above 370, I took it, got some out just before 4, got some out up around 420, and then that was it for me.
Yeah, that was a challenge. Definitely a challenge.
Yeah.
We talked about that one in the room. I actually took a little Kellogg, which is now called Kellanova, if you can believe it.
I saw a post on that. I thought it was a joke, actually, on Twitter. I didn't realize that was real.
No, it is true. Kellanova. How can they do that?
Something. Okay,
Okay, Chris, I'll take my break now, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, sounds good. So, all right, everybody, Barry makes his way to a break. I'm settling on in here. As per usual, as I always tell people, especially if they're new, we do this as an open forum here. I don't really come with any pre-done content. I always do my best to keep it informative, moving forward, stock related, scan related, so on and so forth. But as always, I think it's best when you folks drive the content of this. The reason being, sorry, I was just looking at a chat that was coming in to see if it might be something I want to bring them over here for. The reason why I say that it's best when you folks drive the content is, often questions you have or questions other people have, or you open up a line of questioning that has someone else jump on in as well, and they may take the question in a direction that you may not even know you wanted it to go. That helps you as well. And we kind of play off each other like that. And then selfishly, when you folks ask questions, generally speaking, that helps me. It makes me better, makes me better at everything that I do. So all about the community type of stuff. Now, as I said, I don't normally have anything pre-done for content. However, I did have someone come into the chat earlier, ask something about back testing. They won't be able to be here now during it. They said they'd go back and look at it later today on the replay when that gets published on YouTube. So I'm going to jump in on something that has to do with back testing real quick here and related to what they had. And then maybe that leads to some questions you folks have as well. So back testing, it requires it to be done in an alert window. So I'm bringing over an alert window configure here. And the reason why back testing has to be done in alert windows, you need an event. An event is the alert, new high, new low, so on and so forth. Events and alerts are indicated by the single icons that are here in an alert window. So all these are events or alerts, technically. I like to call them events. This thing happened versus a filter, which is usually a range of things, a filter being a range on a price range or a spread range, a bid and ask, and they have a minimum and maximum value. So if we come to the Windows specific filters, you see a minimum field and a maximum field. You don't have to enter values in both, of course. You can enter values in one or the other. You could also display it as just a column as well, but we won't dive into that for now anyways. So what they were asking specifically was they were looking to do some back testing that had to do with the indices or the underlying ETFs of the indices. So for example, I'm just going to get out of this configure for just a moment here. For those that may not follow along with that, I want to make sure that as I go, I'm trying to keep everybody on the same page here. So, the S&P 500 is represented by an ETF called SPY. I surmise most people here know that, but in case someone doesn't, the NASDAQ, we look at the Qs for that. What else do we have? We have the Dow is represented by what we call the diamonds, DIA. And the IWM represents the Russell 2000. There are other ones as well. For example, like the RSP represents the S&P 500, but equally weighted. For example, MDY, this is going to be a group of your mid-cap stocks, all equally weighted. Things of this nature here. There's tons of these ETFs that represent different sectors of the market and so on and so forth on top of the indices. So, this is kind of the thought behind it. They had something about with gaps and fading those gaps going into the next day. So what I explained to them that they could do, And I think they more or less have a grasp on all this anyways. They're a fairly advanced user and have been using the software for a long time. But this, maybe I'm going to show something here that will help them. Maybe it's going to help someone else here as well. And again, feel free, anybody that has questions that are along the way, or if you have just questions in general about anything with the software, whatever, throw those in there and I'll circle back to them and make sure that I try never to forget or skip over anybody on any of these questions. So pop those in there if you have anything along the way. So like I said, they were looking to do something with trading these ETFs essentially. And what you could do is you can come to tools on the menu bar, go to symbols list, and we create a new list here and we can call it our ETF trader. Just make it easy here. And now that's created that list and I'm going to look for it. There it is up here. We could see it. It says empty. I double click that list. We can start to add things like the SPY. Oops. And you don't actually have to do it by capitalization here. It'll take care of that on its own. Qs, IWM, diamonds. We'll just start with those for now. Now, I don't know that this will give us results because it's going to become a very limited universe of stocks or symbols that we're looking at with just 4 there. But I'm going to go ahead and press OK on that. And then the next thing I do would be to refresh from server. And we're going to come back into the configure of this. We go to symbols list on this here and we go add existing list. And we're going to look at, I forget what I called that, ETF something. When I see it here, I'll have a feeling. ETF trader, that's what I called it. So we select that. We can see it came over here. And I go ahead and put a check mark in that. And now it says only the following list. So the scan's only going to look at those stocks. That's it. Then from there, we'd want to come in here and figure out what we're doing. Now, I believe they were looking to sell on this. I'm sorry, just watching this position here of AAOI I have, and if I'm going to want to exit it or not. I'm up, and I was considering taking some home, but it looks like the market is getting rocked right now. You see all these ETFs, these inverse ETFs that are coming through on my race here. These are all inverse ETFs. It's hitting basically everything right now. So just going to keep an eye here. Sorry. So we come back into the configure, and we're going to want to look at I don't know if it's a new low. Maybe we'll go with the new low on the day. I think they were looking at something like selling off here on the day. Since we're such a limited universe on this, I don't think there's any reason to. Looks like I'm going to have to exit this position. All right. There's no reason to put a price range in this because we're already looking at such a limited universe of stocks anyways. A lot of these things like this we're probably not going to need in here. But, I think for this purpose, we won't even do any filters on this. Maybe we'll do some backtest exercise after this. But looking at that universe of stocks there, that's all that we're going to be looking at. All right. Oops, sorry. I wanted to select that new low. New low on the day. We're going to add that alert. We're going to do that. We're going to press OK here. And when I go to right click here, I can go back test strategy. And they were looking to initiate the trades at the end of the day at 3:55. So I can go all the way here to 3:55. We initiate that trade. They're looking to exit that trade, let's say on the market open the next day. So I went ahead and swapped that down here to market open the next day. All right. And we're going to simulate sell as soon as we set up the rest. They didn't give me any stop loss or profit targets in there. We're going to open that up to the full 64 days. Now, the back tester for us, depending on how market holidays fall and things like that during the week, sometimes it'll be 61 days worth of data. Some days it'll be 64 days worth of data. But it's generally in that that area there. And we're going to go simulate sell because it was a sell strategy, and that's going to be it. Just happened to work out that it looks like it's an okay strategy in one sense. But if we look at it here, just 18 trades in 64 days. That's it. Your average winner was $3.75. Your average loser is $3. Not the best ratio on that. There we can see how many days in a row there's no trades. So, but that's essentially the short and skinny of what they were looking for. They might have some more questions. Hopefully they'll shoot us an email with that. But that was just, a quick overview of the things that they were asking. And, maybe it triggered a question here that someone else has. I play with the back tester on and off myself. I get into periods where I'm like, I'm just going to mess around and see if I can't come up with something. Like everybody else, I'd love to have an automated scan that I could generally run, and throughout the year it would make me some money while I'm also doing what I do manually. In my years of doing this, I haven't I haven't back tested something that I was comfortable with just letting run on its own. Maybe part of it, lack of conviction, I don't know. But I've had a number of alerts where they back test. I got into a point where they back tested really well, and then I started forward testing them. They didn't do so well. It just kind of is what it is. So I can actually give you all an example of that. Let's see here. I had created this scan back July 12th of this year, and back testing it. I'm not going to go all the way into the details yet. I will give you details in that in a moment. Let's run the back tester now. And the thing looked unbelievable. Had 17 winning days in a row and 1 losing day, and that was it. And it was just, it was unbelievable. And it was like, move up and move down and move up and move down. It was, a very nice equity curve, and the daily on it also looked phenomenal. And then the forward testing started, and since the market got choppy / slightly down and choppy, this is what it's looked like since then. Had a big day last Thursday. That was it. And this is obviously Friday, the small day. You can't back test today because all the data isn't in for today. You can't back test today till tomorrow. That's, how a back tester works. Anyways, like I said, when I first had this, the average winner, I think, was something like 16 cents, and the average loser was 10 cents. Still not as good as I wanted it, but wasn't terrible either. All the same, since then, not a really good look. Again, it says, the most winning days in a row is 11, but that's back here still, from way prior data when the market was really trending nice. And now the most losing days in a row is part of the forward testing. Like I said, not a great look overall. It is what it is. If I'm being honest, I don't even remember what I was doing with this scan. Let me take a look at the filters real quick here. I started with some kind of base, and then from the optimization process, a lot of filters got added. What was my base? See if I can remember what my base was on this. I think the base was something to do with VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. And that was it. It was trading based on trying to do some trading based on VWAP. And, through the optimization process, I added Bollinger Bands, and I added change in NASDAQ, a 5-minute change, so on and so forth. The other thing I almost always do when I'm back testing is I add a spread in here, because you don't want to back test and all of a sudden, you've got stocks that got like 15, 20, 30 cent spreads. It makes it hard to know what would have really happened if you were being realistic about taking those VWAP. I used to always say VWAP, but Brian Shannon would kill me, and Barry had drilled it out of me that it's the VWAP, not the VWAP. Anyways, so VWAP. With that said, so spread is always a big filter. I've settled on 8 cents. It's just what I've settled on for the maximum spread on when I'm back testing. Anyway, so that's that. That's what I did there. That's what I did there with this scan. There's a custom in it. Otherwise, I could share it with you folks, but there is a custom beta that I put in there. You'd have to remove it in order to use it. If you want the scan, here you go. If anybody wants to play around with it, I'm happy to share it with you. Save and share. Just go in and remove that custom. Otherwise, scan is not going to work at all for you. You'll probably get some kind of results or something, but they'll be completely skewed. Chris, which VWAP do you use for shorting? I don't short. I mean, I rarely short, but I would only use the intraday VWAP anyways. It'd be VWAP 1. But, you know, I like to look at how far something is from the VWAP before I go in shorting, before I go in on any trade. But I really don't short very much. So the last short I took was probably, I don't even know, probably sometime in the middle of August, to be honest. One of those sell-off days in August. I couldn't even tell you what it was. It's been well over a month. Volume 15 minutes. I mean, it really just kind of depends, Peter. You know, some people don't want to see stocks that have too much volume. Some people want to see stocks with a lot of volume. What you have to understand on that filter, though, is that 100 is a baseline of the last 10 days on that filter, the same as the 1 minute volume and the 5 minute volume. So 100 means normal. Anything under 100 is lower than normal volume. Anything over 100 is over. So, you know, I think the context is as important as anything else. And so if you're looking for stocks that looks like interest and volumes pouring into it, you know, you're going to want to see that number over 100 essentially. And if you're looking for stocks that, you know, maybe there's a little less action in them, but, you know, it's a good drift up or a drift down in the stock, depending on your long or short it. And then you want to see stuff near that 100, you know, maybe 75 to 200, 250. So it's, you know, maybe there's some interest that's slightly more than 10 days, but not anything that's overly crazy that's going to get you whipsawed around in that. That's what I would go with there, Peter, you know, kind of thinking of it in that regard. Who is the shorter in trade ideas? Barry. Barry would be the person to talk to in shorting, but I don't know how much. Barry isn't much of an indicator guy. He's a break of levels. He likes to look at, you know, oh, something's around a whole number it's going to break, or looking left, it's around, you know, this level going back, you know, the last week or month or whatever it is. And if it breaks this level, I'm in it, you know, and that's for both long and short with Barry. I think it's fair to say, and if he's listening, he can correct me, or if you guys remind me when he comes back in towards the end of this hour here, I would say how Barry takes a trade long and short are very close to similar. I'm sure there's probably some slight nuance differences between him entering a trade long or short, but for the most part, he's momentum, support and resistance, volume and momentum, whether it's long or short. Steve does not short much. Andy, same thing. Jamie probably shorts an okay amount. He used to anyways. I don't know if he does anymore. I would say Jamie used to do some shorting. Jamie does the noon session on Wednesdays. Michael, I'm Monday. Michael's Tuesday. Michael does not do a lot of shorting either. I'd say most of Michael's shorting is actually around shorting meme stocks. So I don't know what you could glean from that, to be honest. But he'll be here tomorrow. You could always pick his brain on it then. Michael's very systematic trader. I guess we all are, but I'd say more so even Michael. Jamie's here Wednesdays, Steve is here Thursdays, and Andy is here on Fridays, generally speaking, you know, barring someone has the day off or something. All right, I think we're kind of we're there on being caught up. Yeah. So, anyways, it was a little something. Wasn't necessarily prepared for today, but they said a gentleman came into the chat early, couldn't be here. He's, you know, long-time subscriber, great person, or at least I've always had great interactions with them. And wanted to just make sure that I got a little something out there when they watch the replay later that hopefully helps them with that. And again, anybody with questions here, you want to pile on to anything we just went over or discussed, please, you know, fire those away here. That is what we are here for. So I don't have a SPY chart up right now, but just curious what the market's doing. All right, so yeah, justifying what's gone on here recently with the all these inverse ETFs coming through. Qs here, same thing. You know, it was a nice move up in the Qs actually, and kind of come undone quite a bit here. We'll see what happens. Papa Dow. Less of a move up, more of a move down. It kind of just is what it is at the moment. IWM has been the laggard for so long and really moving down to the bottom of that range that it's been in for so long now. I'm busting through the bottom of that range maybe a little bit. Yeah, not overall healthy here, but you know, and this is, you know, looking at these ranges here, you had this range for so long, right? And then it dropped down. It's kind of made this range here now, almost basically double in time that prior range was actually. You know, we'll see what happens. This is that kind of market. Every time it gets a majority of people leaning one way, it punches them in the mouth right the other way. And just why I've been so about taking any risk home overnight for the most part. But we'll see. Like I said, I've got this on right now. You know, for a hot minute, I was thinking to myself, all right, maybe we're gonna pull this one home. But for now, you know, overnight. But for now, anyways, you know, grab some back here on a break of 1120 on, I think it was this candle here. Sold some out up here and kind of just hanging out now. I lied. I sold some out here because I missed that spike and I was jumping up and down mad. But anyways, we'll see. I'm you know, got a kind of a hair trigger. I don't want to hand back what I'm up right now. On my scanner, what did I say to remove? The beta, the custom beta. It'll be U something. I don't know what it is. U23 beta custom U23. Remove the values from that. I mean, in all honesty, there's nothing special with this scan. I leave it up because I don't have any other alert window open besides this. I don't use alert windows basically at all. So I leave it up. I leave the alert window as part of my layout just so I have an alert window to reference during the day for troubleshooting and things like that. And I was messing around with another alert window, trying to create something auto-wise. See if I can find that. Just give you thought process, I guess, here. You know, we do a lot of market talk on my my sessions here. So I was messing around with Bollinger Bands and trying to create something auto with that. Hasn't done anything great with it. Let me just make sure. You know, so here's the back test on that. And again, nothing special has happened with this. It does have also a custom in it, but we can see here. Now this I like a little more. I like to see, you know, average winner and loser. I want to see a nice spread between average winner and loser. And, you know, we can see the daily here, you know, just get a couple of big winning days and you got all this losing stuff in here. So just not a great look, but thought process behind this was the following. What custom? Oh, that's the custom I have in there. Interesting. Okay. The thought process was this. I was looking for stocks that are breaking the upper 15-minute Bollinger Band and then trying to hold it just for a few minutes to the upside. Again, in the spirit of John Bollinger, and of course, oversimplifying, but a break of the upper band means momentum to the upside. Break of the lower band means momentum to the downside. Using the beta and volatility filters in here, trying to find stocks that have some volatility going on, that are having their day. That's why I don't have relative volume in there. I don't have, there's a lot of filters that people like to scan on. I don't have in there, average volume, things like that. I don't want those things in there really, because what if today it's like real day? Actually, the real reason I have relative volume in there is because if it's having its day, great. But if it's just a stock that's trending up and breaks that, but it's got a lower relative volume, I don't want to miss out on that either. So the relative volume filter just wasn't something that was going to benefit me on there. Anyways, that's what I've done with that there. I'll share this out as well. Again, you're going to have to remove the custom filter. Just look for the U symbol in there, U1 on that custom filter. And again, folks are welcome to it. Play around with it. Do whatever you want. Part of me feels like I'm on to something with it, but I'm not getting the results that I'm hoping for. So it kind of is what it is. Let me get a link to share that. All right, Michael Anthony, that's fine if you wouldn't buy it. I was just using it as a demonstration for something. So, I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, there that is. If you guys want to play around with that. It's a short hold on that I did too. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Back test. Timed exit, 20-minute exit. So the idea was, breaking that upper band, get a little more momentum with it, get out of the trade, put some risk management in there, and put whatever you want for risk management. Anyways, back testing. It's a big rabbit hole. And one of the things that, you got to be really careful with is over optimizing, or what's called curve fitting, making the scan just back test to look great, adding filter after filter and refining them nonstop. And then the back test looks really great. What used to happen to me a lot is I would have, I'd back test and optimize it so that was like 65% winners, but my winners were 10 cents and my losers were 9 cents. So, for every 10 cents you're making, you're losing 9 cents. It's an awful risk reward ratio, and someone would say, oh yeah, but you're winning 65% of the time. But that's on past data. Now let's see what happens on forward moving data. So now all of a sudden we're already starting with an awful win ratio, an awful winners to losers ratio. And now all of a sudden that 65% becomes 60%. And we're still losing 9 cents for every 10 cents we make. And it's 55%. And then all of a sudden we're at, let's say, 10 cents and 10 cents, and now you start to add in commission and slippage and things like that. And all of a sudden your 55% winners is really a losing strategy. So, there's a lot more that goes into back testing and all that than people care to understand. I am certainly, or was certainly, one of those people. And again, it is what it is. Through trial and error and learning and simulating these strategies as well, putting them in the sim, you get some lessons. And then those lessons equal, if it was easy, everybody would do it. So again, if anybody has questions, fire those away, please. Right. What about steel stocks? I don't know. What about them? Look at the SLX. Don't look like they're doing a whole lot of much there on the SLX. Thinly traded ETF, all the same. What else could we look at here? Yeah, SLX is probably one of the most popular. I mean, SLX is really the most popular. I don't even know if we could look at X anymore because didn't they get bought out or something? Yeah, they can't really use this chart anymore because there's the buyout rumor. Or I don't know if it's actually happening. We look at CLF. I think it's a pretty good barometer of steel stocks, and that doesn't look great to me. Looks like a pretty good downtrend going on there. Like a really solid downtrend going on there. But, maybe we'll see. I guess one could try to argue a few higher lows through there, but those are much lower highs, much lower highs. So, yeah, I don't know. If the market turns, obviously steel stocks probably follow suit with the market like they do in general. Just Iris, look for the custom one. It'll be icon U something, U1, I guess. Just look for the custom icon. It won't look like the other ones. All the other ones will, they have the filter code in them. So it's the one that starts with a U. Whatever starts with a U, that one. Remove that one. Remove the values from the U filter. Sorry, I had something I was going to bring up and I completely just shot out of my brain. Maybe it'll come back to me. Some work will learn Bollinger Bands. Tell me when. I wouldn't look at Bollinger Bands for volatility. I look at them for momentum. That was the intention of them. What time frame are you looking at the Bollinger Band? Is it on daily, a 15-minute chart, a 30-minute chart? This thing is definitely volatile, I would say. I mean, the thing is jumping, price-wise and percent-wise a good amount in general. I mean, this thing was up around $67. It's below 66 now. 1.7% right there move. Things moving probably over a percent a day in general, both ways. You can see this big candle here. That's a fairly good size percent move, all things considered there. So, but I've never considered Bollinger Bands for volatility, to be honest. I know some people like to look at tightening Bollinger Bands. Steel making new highs each week. I mean, these are weekly candles. I don't know, been a long time since it made a new high. Those don't look like new highs to me right there. You got this, and this. It was rejected. Certainly come off those lows through there. One could argue you have a flag here, but one could have also argued you had a flag, starting in here as well. And that collapsed down. So, I mean, technical analysis being biased, or not biased, subjective. I could argue anything. I could argue a ton of stuff with this, but for now, it's can't break. It's not breaking out. That's for sure. Could it break out? Sure. Absolutely. But it's going to need the market on its own. So, yeah, I would say this, Peter, the wider the Bollinger Bands, the more volatile the stock is. I think that's a way to simplify that, right? So, here's let's put a 15-minute chart up. Let's add some Bollinger Bands. You know, so the wider those bands, you know, looks like, you know, here you're seeing, you know, quite a bit of volatility. Volatility has shrunk now. Now it looks like the volatility is widening out. Excuse me, widening out again. So that's, you know, that's what I would consider the distance in the Bollinger Bands. I don't, you know, again, technical analysis is subjective. What you consider volatile, someone else won't. There is no textbook, this is volatile, regardless of the indicator. You know, now obviously if something has a 10% swing every single day, you know, most anybody would concede that yes, that's volatile. That's a volatile instrument, whether it's a stock or ETF or whatever. But you know, you'll always get your outliers that'll argue contrarian to anything that the general consensus will say this is XYZ. And you'll always get a contrarian that will say, no, that's not right. That's ABC. I mean, you have people right now that think the market is crashing. You know, we're less than 10% off all-time highs and the market's crashing. Like, I mean, okay, great, but you're wrong. You know, it's just that kind of simple. So again, I would look at the bands. I would look at the distance between those bands and use that. Use that as your measure. So again, Iris, come into the configure of the scan, go to the Windows specific filter, look for the icon that starts with a U. It'll be the only icon that starts with the U. Look for that U. Remove the values from the minimum and or maximum. I don't know which scan you're on at this point because there's two different ones with those in them. Use those two. Do those two right there. All right. U. It starts with the U. It'll be the only one that starts with the U. Right. I think that kind of catches us up there on all this. Swap my charts back to what I normally have them. Remove, and save, and close. All righty. So with all that said, is anything even up? Oh, technology is still up on the day right now, in theory. Trying to find a bounce here off that sell-off. And semiconductors still technically positive right now. We'll see what happens. Again, you know, you got to look at something like this, and is this curling over for a sell-off, or is this just a logical place to find a bounce, right? I can argue either one of those, and I bet a bunch of other people could argue either one of those too. And you know who will be right? Time will tell you who's right. That's it. And on a long enough time frame, probably both of us would be right on something like this. So we shall see. We shall see. Having a good day on my IMVT short. All right. Very good. Very good. Always happy to hear a winning day. IMVT. Let's take a look. What does IMVT look like? Get out of here. There we go. Yeah. I mean, broke that 38 and really just kind of took off. Good liquidity, decent volume. Nice move. Good short off of this, that big day there. Very nice. Very nice.
AAOI.
And every time I think I'm ready to exit my AAOI trade, it does this. So let's see. Always nice to start the week with a set of winners. Let's see what happens here. What else do we have going on? All right, I think I'm more than less caught up here. Whoa, AAOI whipped me out of the trade. All right, that just shot and hit me through the stop. Oh, now it's going to bounce. Well, all right, it is what it is. That's murder she wrote on that trade. All right, well, we walk away winner, but not as much as I would have liked. That's for sure. And reset that price alert. I don't think I'll be re-entering it today, but you never know. So again, anybody with some questions, please, fire them away for me here. We covered a whole bunch of different things all around. And hopefully you all got a little something out of those. Sector analysis showing what's up there. Let's bring up the show more. Is that a channel that's in here that I can open? Sector status. Take a look here. Yeah, so we got that right there. Remember, these things are weighted. So, NVIDIA is going to hold a lot of weighting in this. But, just on a straight up symbol to symbol basis, you got more green or more red than green here overall. We don't see any positive sectors going on whatsoever right now. So make of that what you will. I found it very funny last week. Let's throw this out here and, let's get the drawings off of here. Let's first look daily. And let's drill in a little bit here. My Zoom ever wants to work, that would be awesome. Or it can just go the opposite way that I'm scrolling. That's fine too. There we go. So, there's our most recent top and a lower high, and we started to really sell off here. And then all of a sudden we got this bottoming tail here followed by this green day. And I cannot tell you how many people I saw flip from the world was ending to they were bullish. And then this happened again, and they're all right back to the world is ending again. So one of my favorite market statements is nothing changes sentiment like price, and people live and hang on on every tick of the market, but they'll tell you their time horizons, a year, 3 years or something like that. And then every day they got to comment on what direction the market's heading the next 3 months. And that direction changes every day to every other day. So, big picture of things. Big picture of things. We ain't gone anywhere in a long time, right? There's our all-time highs. Well before those all-time highs, we had this level here, and we're right back in the realm of that level again there. This level seems to be a magnet more than less. We bounced off it the other day. Can we bounce off it again? Again, time will tell. As I like to say, hard telling, not knowing. But we're well off this low from a year ago, essentially. It was a hard-fought grind. And again, it's, keep things in context. The first half of 2023 was the best start to the NASDAQ ever, literally ever. It's obviously gone on to lackluster performance since the end of the first half of the year. A lot of seasonality has gone on. Generally, we're in a weak seasonality period for those that follow things like seasonality, pre-election year and all those things like that. If we're to follow seasonality continued and it continues to play out kind of textbook like, we would see a fairly strong year-end rally. Will we see that? I have no idea. Not a clue. But I'm sitting on enough cash waiting to see what the market's going to do. The SPY itself can hold above this 425-ish level, 420, 425 level. That has me leaning, more bullish. Same kind of concept on the Qs here. We'll kind of see how it all plays out. I don't need to do anything, so I'm not going to do anything. This 350 level on the Qs sitting up above that is where I'd really be looking at for it, though. Iris, right-click the scan, right? We're going to right-click the scan and come to configure. Let me know when you have that open. We'll go step by step on this for you here. Right-click that scan. Make sure I want to scroll, make sure I didn't miss anything else while we're doing this here. A database away files? No, there's no database away files. You can't pull back up to the top. Okay, hold on one second, Iris. Try to find these scans again. Okay, there's one. Please make sure to save them to the cloud. First thing you should do is please save them to the cloud. And again, I just want to state, these scans, there's nothing special about these scans whatsoever. All right, there's the scans again. And then all you got to do is right-click, configure, Windows-specific filter, and look for the icon with the U. It says U right there. I'm going to leave this up for now. U. We don't have a filter for weekly Bollinger Bands, no. Just daily is the longest time frame. So look for the U. Whatever filter has the U in it there, Iris. And then you're going to remove the values from that. And then you're going to click OK. And then you're going to resave that scan. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm a big party thrower. Not. I avoid parties at all cost. After just shy of 3 decades working in restaurants, I avoid all human contact. I love people, just from the longest distance I can put between me and them. So there's that. Again, I'll leave that up for another moment there, Iris, but you got to go into the configure like you would any other scan, into the Windows specific filter like any other scan. You're going to look for the icon that has a U, and you're going to remove the values from that icon, and that is it. It should be just as quick. If you don't see a U on yours, then that would indicate that you don't have any custom filters. I'm also running under the precipice that you have that people have some kind of some other custom filters in their accounts. If you don't have any custom filters, then you won't see a U in there. so I'm going to go ahead and. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to close that down. Asking about Bollinger Bands. Someone was there. So I just want to pull that up real quick. Bollinger. So we've got 5, 15, 60 in daily. I couldn't remember if we had a 30 or not. I didn't want to say we had something or didn't have something that I wasn't 100% sure of. I knew we had 5 and 15 in daily. I couldn't remember if it was 60 or 30 minutes though. So yeah, those are the 4 data points on Bollinger Bands that we offer. Let's close that down. There we go. Alrighty. You found them again? All right. And I reshared those again too, Iris. I put both the scan links back in there. So you know they should be there twice now in the YouTube chat. Can you run races on the daily band? Sure. Yeah, you can do that. So, you know, there's a lot of ways to do this, of course. So, you know, we'd start with the top list, you know, and we could do this. We don't even need to actually do anything except add a column here, right? We go Bollinger Band and we could sort by Bollinger Bands and we can add that as a column, right? And then I could go in and on the window specific filters, let's just say I want to see stocks that are at least $5. You know, traded, let's say 500,000 shares on the day. What else can we add to this here just to narrow down the, well, I don't think we need to narrow anything else down. We just start there, right? That's it. Bollinger Daily Race. All right. And there's a scan right there. And then I could go right click and launch real-time stock race. Of course, it's going to auto start it, which I don't like, but it is what it is. We can go to race setup here. Let's stop the race, sorry. And then we could say, I want to race on Bollinger position in the Bollinger Band, total, or the delta. We could choose either one of those, the race time that we want, all those things like that. Press play. And this is, you know, this part of the scan here, that's the behind the scenes of sorting, you know, most on the Bollinger Bands on the daily, and then this racing on it from there. All right, that would mean you have no custom filters, Iris, if you don't see a U in there. And you know, that's you know the short and skinny on that. There's obviously a lot of other things that you could do with the, you know, with the racing and adding to the scan. And just remember, what's pulled into the race is based on your top list of what your filters are in the top list, right? And then how you're sorting that as well. You know, a couple of different, you know, a couple of different metrics here on how the stocks go from here to here. Then once you're in here, how they move is what you're racing based on. And you can race on anything that's a column within the scan, you know, so we can even get rid of that. We don't even need that anymore. If we were to pause this and we go to, you know, configure, now I can just go into the configure from behind the scenes with the advanced here, and we can see what's in there for those filters like that. And of the sort, of course, as well, which is, we call this the server sort. And yeah, so that's That's life in the racing lane. And again, that's a quick overview. There's so much that you can do with races. I do remain the last soldier on being a race fan here. I get why people don't like races. I happen to do okay with them, so I've stuck them out. I'm surprised TI doesn't offer MACD indicators. Very popular, probably more than Bollinger Bands. I like both. We have MACD alerts. You can put the indicator on a chart. We just don't have MACD filters. Yeah, Iris, if you don't see a U icon in there, that would indicate you don't have any custom formulas in your account. I just, 99 out of 100 times that I come across a user, they have some custom formulas in their account. I have no way to know that on my end right now if you have a custom formula or not. If you have no custom formulas, though, then you wouldn't see the U icon. Close that race out like that. I don't need that. We'll just close that down that way. Yeah, we've got MACD, MACD as I like to call it, for alerts. There's cross alerts, a number of them. They're hard coded, so you can't alter from there, but there's a few of them. Is there as many as everybody would like? Nope, there isn't. But there's what we have here. They're hard coded as alerts, so you could always build a scan based on that, and then obviously bring in some Windows specific filter metrics from there. If you want some kind of price range, volume minimums, so on and so forth with that. But that's what we offer.
Chris.
Barry.
I have to interject because I don't think Iris is understanding you. Okay. May I just say something?
Of course.
Okay. Iris, if you don't see the U, don't worry about it. There's nothing to delete. Okay. So you don't have to spend any more time looking for the U. All Chris was saying is that many times, because he's got a custom formula, when you try to copy one of his links, if you've got custom formulas before, then you would see his U and you just delete it. But don't worry about it. You don't have a U. If you can't see the U, don't worry about it. There's nothing for you to delete. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. There's nothing for you to delete if you don't see the U.
Correct. Thank you, Barry.
Okay. It's sometimes, just maybe a slightly different explanation, but
yes.
Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, you're welcome, Crusoe, on that MACD. I mean, look, I'm one of those people that would argue there's some things that I think we should have in here for some filters, but I apparently I'm in the minority on that. So, but there are those MACD crossover alerts, and definitely something to work with and check out, see how they do or do not fit for you. Versus the Bollinger Bands. I mean, you could technically do, there could be alerts for Bollinger Bands. We don't have any instead of just a filter set, and vice versa. You could do filters for MACD, but unfortunately not options for us at this current moment in time. There are a few MACD scans in the Market Explorer, actually. I think maybe no. New Market Explorer strategies. Did I lose you, Barry?
No, I'm just listening.
Okay.
Just listening. Didn't want to interrupt. I just thought that maybe Iris was getting frustrated, and I thought maybe I could shed more light on it. That's all.
Thought there was a couple of MACD ones in here. I guess just the trend play one.
Okay, I'm gonna fill up my water. I'll be right back.
I'll be right here. All right. Sorry, just the MACD trend play. I apologize. For some reason, I thought there was 2 or 3 in here. I guess it's the Bollinger Bands that has more. I always forget there's all these strat ones for those of you that are strat fans. Rest in peace to Mr. Rob Smith. That was very sad for those of you that are familiar with the strat. Rob Smith, who is Rob in the Black on Twitter, passed away several months ago, very unexpectedly. Really terrible thing. He was a great guy, marathon runner, very methodical, quant trader. All right, with that said, find it interesting watching this here on this 10-day daily breakout race. It's basically built around what Barry did with the 10-day daily breakout. Nothing probably on the scan in the first half an hour, and now I've got 3 stocks there. So for a market that's kind of been in sell-off mode for a little while here, interesting to see that going on. IMMX. I don't know how crazy I am about that one. PetQ.
I'm actually in it too. Chris?
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, okay. Wasn't sure now if you could hear me. Yeah, I'm actually in the IMMX also.
Yeah, if I had seen that earlier on that 4 break, that would have been a horse of a different color for me here. I say that horse of a different color, and no one ever understands it. You get that reference, right? Horse of a different color.
Horse of a different color, absolutely. Old, but
yes,
some of these ones that are so old, they stick. Yeah, they'll be around forever.
I seem to say that around, we'll call it a younger population. They look at me like I got 3 heads. Yeah, there's good room on this above that 4 level.
Oh yeah,
going back here. Stick a price alert here and keep an eye on that.
It's a classic daily reversal for me. Really liking my daily reversals. I mean, it's just, it depends on the day. Obviously, not every day is the same, but man, oh man, the ones for me today have been awesome. Look at the ONON. That was one. Now, unfortunately, I didn't stick with it, but look at the ONON.
Oh wow, yeah.
That was a daily reversal, and I didn't stick with it, unfortunately. But the original alert happened at 27.25.
Well, I'd say this especially for daily reversals right now. You've got such an overall choppy market that you're finding a lot of reversals every day right now. How much time are they going to be in there for? Always.
Yeah. Well, Chris, hey, it's 1:02. I better get back into the other room. So
sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Oh, that's okay.
Time flies.
Thanks again for spelling me.
Of course. I thank you, everybody, for another nice session. And I will see you somewhere in between here and there, Barry.
You bet. Okay.
All right, take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, back in both rooms. Last thing to do, music. Maestro. Yeah, so I was just trying to figure the other way. I'm in the IMMX. Just a little over 4. Took it while I was on my break. It was holding 4 pretty well, and of course, it's got some room. Now, actually, I am wrong, a little bit wrong about that, because I think when I looked left, there might be a high at 425, but I'll keep in it for a while. I'm making a little bit of money on it right now. Gets anywhere close to 4, though, I'm out. Unbelievable, the Pixie. I just cannot understand this Pixie. 2 days now, two silly days ahead of the announcement that they're going to be doing a reverse split. This is not typical. This is absolutely not typical. It's like the market kind of came to their senses, on Thursday and Friday after that big pop. But look at this. I mean, they're doing a reverse split. It's going to be effective, I think I said, October 16th or 18th. Yeah, October 16th, 1 for 24 reverse split. This is not typical. Let's put it this way. If if this price remained like this, they probably wouldn't have to do a reverse split because the price is over $1. Anyway, too bad, guys. I wanted to alert you guys. I was watching this. I was going to take it, and I don't know. I got distracted or something. The R cell. Look at this R cell. See what I'm finding today on the some of the scans, some of the things that I'm seeing when I click on them, there's a lot of room either on the downside if you're shorting or on the upside if you're going long. And I just haven't found that on a lot of different days that I've been in our scans. And that's so there's the R cell there on the 10-day daily breakdown. Here was the alert. I was on my break 1063, 1026 now. I mean, that's a great percentage move. 1214, that was the time of the alert. Well, Marty, that one. I am sharing. Oh, I no, I'm sharing everything. I don't have any scans on any other monitor that I'm not sharing. I see what you're saying. No. Oh man, what a great one this RCell is going to turn into. Well, it's turned into one. Now it might stall around 10, but you see when I just just got distracted. I wanted to take it on the 1050 break, and I just got a little bit distracted because look at the weekly chart. It has room down to 890. Now it may struggle to get through 10, but very nice alert. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to do a video pretty soon. Yeah, there's a minor disconnect. Well, it was a little bit more a little while ago, but the Dow was down quite a bit. The Nas was actually up, I don't know, 50 or 60, but now it's barely up. So there was a bit of a disconnect in the overall market. Now, somebody asked about utilities, and I'm wondering, I mean, as William was pointing out, I mean, the NEE and NEP, I don't know what weight they have in utilities, but the thing is, maybe a lot of these utilities have slashed their dividends. I mean, because when you look at XLU, usually this is kind of that kind of flight to safety, because these are the dividend, a lot of these are the dividend bearing stocks. It is okay. So what do you think of my premise? I mean, I don't know enough about these utilities. I know most of them, the big ones anyway, probably offer dividends because these guys don't usually move that much. So why are you going to hold it? Well, if they offer a dividend, I guess you can hold on to it. Is it because maybe a lot of these utilities are slashing their dividends? What alert is that on PetQ? Okay, so If you see when you click on an alert, okay, when you click on an alert, you'll get a blue arrow on the candle. Like I have a 15-minute chart right here. So, but if I had a 5-minute chart, it would point to the 5-minute chart that the candle that the alert happened on. That's all the blue arrow means. So if I go back in time a little bit, so look at Riven. Okay, there was an alert at 9:38 for Riven, RIVN. Here it is. There's the blue candle or the blue arrow. That's all it's doing is just telling me what candle did that alert happen on. Now, again, this is on a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart up, it would show me the 5-minute candle. No, no. Well, Pet Q, I think came on. This is on the 10-day. Don't you have my scans, Marty? Or you can have my scans. This is it, the 10-day daily breakout, and here's the 10-day daily breakdown. So I guess the Pet Q showed up on right here. That was the candle. And up arrow, they're always going to be an up arrow, whether or not I get it on a scan that is in theory suggesting a short. It's always going to have an up arrow, just telling me the scan it's on. So for instance, if I look at NEP, you can see there's an up arrow. It doesn't mean to go long. It's just telling me that's the candle. Okay, and NEP, of course, was early on here, 937. So we can take a look. I mean, when you say short, I mean, these are ideas to short, these are ideas to go long. Anything in that 10-day daily reversal, sorry, 10-day daily breakout or breakdown. Okay, this is showing up again, guys. So I may have to rethink my long on the IMMX. There is a daily high at 423. I mean, I might try to hold on to see if I can get through that, but so Ally job cuts, that should be good for the stock, right? Be more in the bottom line. And the answer is no. Okay. All right, guys. Well, if you took the R cell from my 10-day daily breakdown, just to be aware, that $10 level, I mean, it could stall it. But if it does somehow get through 10, I mean, the next lows are down here on 885 on the weekly chart. Okay, actually, I see one not bad one from our AI, the TMDX. This was a short alert. Now, you see there is a down arrow for this one. That's the only time you're ever going to see a down arrow is if it is a short suggestion from our AI. That's the only time. Now, the next low looking left on the weekly chart for this one is 53. So, I mean, it's right there. If it takes on 53, if you took this one from our AI, It looks like the next low is around 51.85 on the weekly chart for TMDX. 51.89, 51.89. So it's got some room. It takes out that 53, on the weekly chart. It has some room to go until it hits that low. That's not a bad one from our AI. Didn't really see it. Wow, our sell now at 10, or it hit 10. It hit 10. I think it got down to actually 997 RCEL. Meanwhile, back in the knee train, look at this. Knee is just continuing to move down, NE. Now let's see if NEP is kind of following suit again after it's a little bit of a pull-up. And the answer is not really. NEP is not as catastrophic for whatever reason as NEE. Not quite as catastrophic. Now again, I don't know the subtleties, difference between NEP and NEE. Same, when you look at the next era energy partners, they both have the same name. So I don't know what the differences is. I don't really care. All I know is that NEE is worse than NEP. All right, guys, I will do a video now. Okay, so I'll just put the announcement in. It won't take very long. Time is 1:17, so say 1:27. Shouldn't be that long, but as always, just in case I have some technical issues doing it. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. Okay, guys, I'm back. Oh man, oh man, oh man. That's my sound alert I have on this abnormal option activity. And it just keeps telling me about knee, N-E-E. Oh, I love it. I saw a Mr. T commercial the other day. I thought of you. He's still around. I thought of you. He looks the same. Of course, it was a shot quite far off. But still with the big chains. And he looks exactly the same. If you guys, okay, market, 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 market. Look at this little green bar being put in here. Let's see, can it hold? Or will the seller say nope? Let's see if this holds. Maybe not God, but certainly gold. And here is another one that's not too bad from our AI, the AXSM. This is another short opportunity, shorting it on the pull up. Well, let's see what time is it now? 127. So let's see 127 and a half. So 2.5 minutes for that candle to close. So for me, obviously, this has to remain green. We don't want to see a big sell off. Nice big green. And maybe if it gets back up to that 426, the high of that candle, that might get the market in a bit of a bounce mode. Nothing I'm in, like the IMMX doesn't care. Do I make more on the long side or the short side? Don't really know. Never really calculated. Though I probably short more often than going long, but I don't have a definitive statistic for me personally. Nope, not anymore, Marty. I don't journal anymore. I used to a long time ago, but I don't anymore. Not recommending that anybody do not do that. Ah, come on, IMX. I thought maybe that might have been it. I will say that my 10-day daily breakdown, I certainly liked it more than my 10-day daily breakout. This is months ago when I first put this one together, and even a year ago. I can't even remember. Sort of an offshoot of what Real had a long time ago, and I just sort of customized it to my style of trading. I'm just going to take a look at NEP to see maybe it will start to move down also. Maybe again, NEP and NEE trade very differently. NEE had none of this pull up here. Why 10? I just hit on that as a number that I liked. As somebody asked me why 10. You could probably ask why not 5, why not 20, why not another number. I think I experimented with a 20 and maybe even a 5 for a while, and I just found that the 10 for me anyway seemed to make more sense. You can always change it, of course, if you've got it, and you can always revise it. I just found that 10 after using different time frames. I just like the look at 10. I think what I was finding, I used to have a column here. I don't think I have it anymore. I had a column position in the 20-day range, and most of the time when I would see a 10, it would also be 20. Okay, so I think maybe my thinking was, well, maybe I'll catch some of them a little bit earlier than if I wait for the 20-day break, though most of them seem to be a 20-day break also. Okay, so you probably use 20 and get almost the same results. But I decided to just stick on 10, and I've been doing that for quite a while now. If you're starting out, you probably should journal. Yes. Anybody starting out trading, look at Beyond Meat, all-time low. Beyond Meat, BYND, all-time low now, guys. All-time low. Let that sink in. All-time low, Beyond Meat, BYND. Remember this flurry, this few weeks that it got up to 20? I think it was added to, I think at one point it was added to something at McDonald's, but it doesn't matter. I don't even think well, I haven't looked that closely perhaps, but I'm not even sure at my local grocery store that they're even selling it. And if they are, it's a very, very little corner tucked away in the sort of meat department. Well, okay, so that candle, at least it remained green, but the big one now is that second candle. Can it go green? Can it go green, or is it just going to wipe out these gains? Again, this is only of interest to intraday traders, of course. I mean, it depends on what you're in. If you're in something that's kind of following the market, well, it's good, to take a look, have an idea what the SPY is doing. Okay, so trade with stop loss. The question was in my 10-day daily breakout, why did I choose 10 days? Why not 20? Why not 5? Why not, some other number? Okay. What, not 10-minute, it was 10-day. Unless I said minute. If I said minute, I apologize. Okay. So that was the question from our YouTube room. Why 10-day? Okay, guys, now this one could get wild. It could get wild. I mean, it's already wild. It's up 98%. This is ICCM, and it hit a high of 123 in the pre-market, but it pulled all the way back down under a dollar, down to 71 cents. It's trying again. Sometimes these things, when they hit the dollar mark for the second time, maybe they get going. Here's the issue, 117 right there. You can see that blue line. That's the 200-day moving average. Now, it got kind of to that level in the pre-market. So, and you can look at the weekly, you see the weekly chart. I mean, to me anyway, looks like a lot of resistance, coming. It looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance. So, I don't know. I wish if that weren't here, for instance, if we were to be if we would look left on ICCM and we saw that maybe the next high was 150, this would be awesome. But I just don't. No, I could be completely wrong. This could. I mean, look at the volume. Sure, 84 million, 19 million in the float, 20 million in the float. Let's do some quick, easy math. Say traded the float 4.25 times. But that 200-day looms above it. Now, the day that it got up to, or the week it got up to 475, traders could be looking at that and saying, I don't care about all this. I think it's going to pop through. That's up to you. Just not the way I trade. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be right. I see Grom, a bit ugly. You know what? I mean, look, if it somehow at a later time takes out 260, sure. I'll put a price alert in that area. Okay, IMMX. So we have a widespread now, 411, 418. We need that bid to catch up to the ask. Okay, I see that FEMI, FEMY, is having a little bit of a bounce here, guys. I think but I think the VWAP might come into play. Let's take a look. 393, yeah. So the VWAP, it's below the VWAP. 393 is the VWAP. Now look what's happening here, guys. We're getting a red candle. Red candle on the SPY. Okay, watching the IMMX in case it can take out that 423. Okay, well, there's 420, but you have to put 423. Whoa, okay. However, let's get that, wow, get that bid caught up to the ask right now. This is what I'm talking about. 417, 417, well, it was 417, 429, 429. Did Paul, I have no idea if Powell talked today or not. Was he supposed to talk today? I don't know. Anybody know? Was Powell supposed to talk today? He already did, I think. That was a comment. So maybe he already did. I have no idea. I didn't realize he was talking today. Okay, thank you guys. So Dan is saying was earlier, okay? Well, here's so the BEP looks like NEP. Okay, BEP looks like NEP. In the way it was trading, NEP had that pull up, and here's BEP. Yeah, so NEP looks like BEP, or vice versa. Oh, that's why. So he was speaking at 12:15, so that's when I was on my break. So, well, let's see, was there any big reaction? Maybe. Tank, haven't seen you for a while. This ultralife core has been a real sneaky one, but look at this. Look at today, guys. ULBI almost an all-time high. In the all-time range, it's in the upper part, 94%. You can see that. So this is the ULBI. It really doesn't trade options. 300%, but it's only 300 options today, contracts today. Well, always nice to see you. Boy, this one's got a little bit of room also. Look at this Ramaco Resources, METC, takes out 10. The next low underneath is 960. That is METC. Pretty choppy looking 15-minute chart, but maybe now it'll break out towards the downside. Come on, get into the 30s, IMMX. Okay, excuse me, Caruso. When I create an alert, is filter criteria automatically added as part of the scan? Um, okay, let me try to understand what you're saying. So your filter criteria are things like, maybe a price range you like, maybe a minimum volume that you like, things like that. So they're not automatically added. Now, if you create an alert window and save it as a default with, say, always, so if you have a price range that you always want to see, a minimum volume that you always want to see, maybe a minimum relative volume that you always want to see, you can create an alert window and then save it as a default so that when you create another alert window, those filter requirements will be there if that's what you mean. Does that make sense? Otherwise, when you create an alert window, I mean, nothing, it's up to you to create your filter criteria. Because how does the system know what your criteria would be? So you must be, did you start right from new? Did you like a new alert window? New alert window. Now, if you, oh, from scratch. Well, if you started from scratch, I mean, nothing's in here. If you, and then load the settings, okay? Don't forget to load the settings because if you don't load the settings, because you see before what it'll do is if you start a new alert window, it'll probably look at maybe the last alert window that you looked at, or I don't really know why, but it'll look at something like something for previous, okay? But if you start from scratch and then load the settings, okay, now when you click on summary, there's nothing in here. So I don't want to say it's impossible, but there's no way that like the volume in 5 minutes. Ah, that's why. So it's not from scratch. So if you want to start something from scratch, that's what you have to. Well, you have to start from scratch. Yeah, because if you click, yeah, if I click on new and then alert window, it looks at a previous alert window. So all of these things will be in here. Yes. And that's why if I wanted to create a brand new alert window, then I will always start from scratch and then make sure I load the settings. And then here they are. Well, there's nothing in here. And then I would just create my alert window. Now, hey guys, IMMX is starting to work nicely now. Now, if there is always a price range you want, a minimum volume that you want, you can always do something like this. So I'll go back, alert window. Okay, start from scratch. And here's where I can, let's say I wanted oops, yeah, okay, I keep forgetting. When I start from scratch, I have to load the settings. Okay, so now there's nothing in there. Now, if I go to the Windows filters, now if I had a price range I always wanted to see every time goods, how are you, my friend? How are you? Doing well, great. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. So, getting back to what I was doing. So, if you had wanted to create an alert window or a topless window, and you always wanted to see the same price range. So let's just say you always want to see stocks between 1 and 100. You always want to see a minimum volume of, I don't know, 200K. You always wanted to see a relative volume of at least 2, okay? And maybe something else if that's the case. So if I say okay, and what it'll have, I won't do it now, okay? But if I loaded that, notice it says I have one that says save as default. So if I save that as my default, the next time I create a new alert window, it'll have those values in there. Wow, guys, this is a winner, winner, winner. Big winner now. IMMX, big winner. Yahoo. I'm gonna tell Chris, I think he was in it also with me. So Caruso, does that make sense? What I said? And so you can do the same thing with a top list. If you had a top list window and you put in things that you always want to see on every top list window, you just save it as default. And then when you start new, that like all the settings that you want in every single window will be there. What do I think the upside is? Well, I actually made a mistake getting into this one, to be honest, but nonetheless, the next high. When I say I didn't, there was a daily high that I wasn't aware of, but it broke right through that. All I can say is that the next high on the monthly chart is 538. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'll scroll back a little bit on the weekly chart. So that's the same monthly high, 540. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next area of potential resistance, I suppose. But this has turned out to be, and I've taken some off, guys, because I'm always afraid of for stocks under $5. I always look at the 450 range as being something that might stall it. So I've taken some off in case it can't get through that 450 mark. And again, that's up to you, right? When you get into a trade, you have to figure out a way to manage it yourself. I'm not just talking to you, Seraphin. Anybody who's listening to me. But anything that moves 10%, which is basically what it did for me, I'll take some profit for sure. So that must be the next high on the daily chart, guys. Okay, that is the next high on a daily chart, that red line around 455. So if I expanded the daily chart, I would see something at 455. So that is a concern. I think 450 is a bit of a concern. So anyway, sorry. Great. I'm glad to hear that. Obviously. The matrix, guys, the matrix is moving down. Yes, you can get the cloud link for an abnormal options play. Yes. Okay, so this is for everybody, okay? Not just for John, who's asking me for a couple of my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, so just click on my homepage link, and when you do, you'll be at the top here, okay? Be at the top. And if you scroll down a little bit, these are my scans that I'm sharing right here. So there is the momentum scan, the Momo that you see over here. And here is the abnormal option activity that you see here. And I do have some other scans. They're not secret. It's just that I don't want to overload the main window with, all sorts of different scans. I picked these two. I think they're pretty, they give an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. But I do have, these also. These are given some really nice alerts also. The daily 10-day daily breakout or the breakdown. And then also, this is giving some really nice alerts today. The daily reversal, the daily reversal. I actually did a video on the on end, and what I said was, I never know on a day-to-day basis what is going to be the scan that's going to be really give me the best alerts. I don't know. Today, I would say that this one was awesome. Okay, I mean the other ones were pretty good too, but I never know on a day-to-day basis which is going to be the best one. But that's the beauty of it. I only have, really, these do not give me any alerts. So it's not like I'm overwhelmed with alerts here. The momentum scan gives me, quite a few alerts. But the don't repeat does not give me very many alerts. And neither does the abnormal option activity. So the only one I get a lot of alerts on, and the reason I do is because if you're moderating a room, I don't want to, go 30 minutes between alerts. So this one is going to give us a lot of alerts, things that might be interesting. I only trade off my alert ideas. Yes, I mean, obviously, if somebody in the room posts something and I don't see it on one of my alerts, I may take it. More than likely, anybody who's posting things like Shady, he posted the SPH earlier, the SPHR earlier. I mean, that was showing up here. It was showing up in my option activity. Okay. So most of the time, the things that you guys are posting, it's probably showing up in one of my scans. But I would say that 99.99% of the time, I'm only doing things from my alerts. Well, but you're more of a pullback player, Poe. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't take these alerts and then follow them, if they pull back, of course. But all these are going to be right at the high of the day here or the low of the day here. But you can always take some of these. Like, okay, let's say, well, I don't. That's not a good example, I don't think. But maybe even the IMMX, right? You might look at this and go, well, okay, I don't want to change. But you have that alert up here. I know you're a big pullback player. Maybe you find an area, maybe a moving average that it's pulling back into. I don't have any moving averages on here. But what if the VWAP was say at 420 as an example or 430? You might look at that and go, maybe it'll bounce off the VWAP. So these might give you the initial idea, and then from there, you because I know you're more of a pullback player, you might put an alert at a certain price to see if it pulls back there. I guess you could have looked at this. Anybody could have looked at this IMMX and said, well, I don't want to take it now, but if it pulls back to the 4 level, maybe that's good enough. See how it trades around 4 and then take the trade, I guess. Things like that. I'm typically, well, I sort of do that. When I got this alert, I didn't take the trade. The alert was actually at no, wait a minute. The alert earlier than that, I think, on something. Oh, it's on the daily reversal. Okay, so I had the alert at 385. I didn't take it there. That was at 1056. But I'm bound and determined to wait for a 4 break. And so the minute it did this, now remember, I was on my just starting my break here. The minute it did this in a little pullback, and it got back over 4 again, right around here. Okay, and that's kind of that's basically where I took it. As what when I was in the YouTube room with Chris, and he was talking about it, and I whispered at him, Chris, I'm in it. You guys are on YouTube, you probably heard that. So I waited. The big 5-0, Hawaii 5-0. Ooh, guys, a kick to the gut on this one. This is probably an all-time low. CUT, probably an all-time low. No, it isn't. I mean, there's even a lower price. Look at gut. What a few days it's had. Look at the commonality. Utility trust, utilities, utility trust, etc. They're just getting hit. I mean, they're just getting hit. And that's showing up on my 10-day daily break down. I'm not sure I'm going to do that much more trade. If I'm going to trade right now, guys, it's going to be a reduced risk. I've had a pretty good day. I don't have to trade, so if I am going to trade though, I'm going to reduce my risk probably by at least half. So what do I mean by that? I mean, the way I trade, I try to have the same risk per trade. The risk meaning if I lose on the trade, how much am I willing to lose on the trade? So if my risk amount typically, we'll just throw a number out, $500 per trade. I will, if I have a pretty good day, I will reduce that at least by half. For me, that's how I trade. Okay, guys, this is so these are all kind of financial. So okay, I mean, NMIH insurance 2623. So that prevents me from taking this trade. Okay, when I look at this, on the short side. Okay. Now, had it had a lot of room down to 24.73. But this is coming from my, this is also coming from my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, early on, 1207, 20, it hasn't moved that much. 2665, it's at 2647. So this is why I like to see this, because I might think if this had had a lot more room, this was when I was on my break, I might look at that, go, well, wait a minute, it's only moved 20 cents. And if it had a lot more room to run before it hit the next low, I could consider taking it. So all out of that IMMX, I hope you got out a little bit earlier. I know you said you were waiting for 458. Okay, but what I had a short of ONON, which unfortunately I did not hold on. I think I got, this topping tail kind of got me out, but I had a short of ONON. I was on the daily reversal. Scalped a little bit of his K. I should have kept it, but when I found out that it was like spinning off, and now it's called Telenova or something. And the last one was the IMMX. Just explained all that, but I'm out of it now. Keep an eye on the FEMI, guys. FEMY. I don't think it's dead. Yeah, this FEMI may not be dead. I mean, there's the high of the day, 477. Big sell off, of course, but this is still this is still looking interesting. It now popped above, so it was negative. Was it no, it was never negative. Never got into negative status. So there you go, Poe. So for instance, okay, here's your RCEL. This was, from my 10-day daily breakdown as an example, right? And look what it did. It got down to 10 and bounced. So you could have looked at that as a potential, bounce play for yourself. Wait for, and even if you took it around 10.15, that's a nice little move. And that is the RCEL. And that was from the 10-day daily breakdown. So I think if you were going to use my scans, but you still want to be a bounce player of some sort, I think all my scans are doing, they're at least alerting you to stocks that are having abnormal activity. Here's another one, guys. I mean, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but when I look at it, I'm talking about KALV. There could be some support right around 870. That's too close. If the next close looking level are more like 652, that'd be awesome in terms of a potential short for KALV. But again, to me, there's just too much support. There could be too much support not that far away, so I won't take the trade. Yeah, that 450 level for the IMMX. That kind of stalled it for sure. I mean, it got up to what, 450, 451, literally just to 451. So for me, 50-cent levels for stocks under $5 can be almost equally as important as the whole number breaks. So that's why you hear me always aware of that 50-cent level for stocks under $5. One moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry I'm back. Or sorry about that. I am now back. There you go. There's your strategy. When I get out, play a pullback. You never know. I mean, look at the IMMX. I mean, I don't know if it's over completely. If it holds 410, look at the 15-minute chart. There's some action right down at 410. So if it holds 410, maybe it bounces off that. Hey, guys, and look at the market. Look at the market. So we had that nice 115 SPY candle. Uncertainty the next 30 minutes, but look at this. Nice big green candle again. So I think the tech stocks are leading because, there's a bit of a disconnect again between the value stocks and the growth stocks. Uranium. I sent you a message, Goods. Okay. Okay. Yeah, what a gut punch here, guys. Look at gut on the way down still. GUT. To check the monthly chart to see where it could keep going. So this looks like the lifetime low right down here, 449. I'm looking here, 2.6%. So in the range of, its lifetime, this is at the low end of that range, 2.6%. This could be right here, the lifetime low for gut, GUT, at 449. Of course, if you're going to trade these, I mean, just take a look at XLU. Look at XLU. They look a lot like all those ones that we've been following. This is the utilities ETF. Are you kidding me? You're kidding me, right, William? Oh, I see. Okay, Disney to launch shared account password crackdown in Canada. Why pick on us? I know why. I know exactly why. We're the guinea pig. See how it works, and if it works, then you guys will be cracked down. That might be another reason, William. That might be another reason. Seriously, not a big hue and cry about it. So this has got a little bit of room, guys, on a bounce. I mean, it's already bounced quite a bit. This PLRX 1621, 1639. If you took that one on a bounce, you might be looking at that 1667 mark as certainly a lot of resistance. We have a lot of Canadians in the room, of which I am one, of course. Explains everything, real everything. Perfect. I see what you did there. So perfect. Create an acronym for GUT going under today, or use GOT as an acronym for going under today. Femi, guys, I'm not in it, but I know some of you will be following Femi very closely. FEMY, I'm not in it, but this is, if it takes out that high right there, a four, it could have an end of day run. I know it sounds crazy, but after the big pullback from 476 all the way down to 330, but it's still, I mean, it's still up 33% today. Well, again, resistance levels, it's subjective. I mean, what I look at as resistance, but I mean, the high today is 476. In theory, okay, I mean, that could be a resistance level, the high. Now, if I just look at a weekly chart, without looking at that high today, I mean, there's probably nothing in sight for a while. So I'll go back to that monthly chart, just take a look. On a monthly chart, I mean, 570 is the next high in a monthly chart. Again, as you know, I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean, this has had just a tremendous, well, week and a day. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:22. So I'm getting close to my end. Well, I better rephrase that. I'm getting close to my finishing up in this trading room today. Oh, look at that green. Look at that red candle now, guys. Wiping out that beautiful green candle. Matt, any news? Who are the market makers for? I don't know. If you're asking me on a specific stock, Steely Stan, I don't know. Any news about a Matt? Don't see anything specifically, other than just a weakness in the market. No, I don't see any specific news. I see some news about a Matt, but I don't see that would cause it to move down like this. Cocoa, guys. Let's see what Cocoa is doing. COCO. Yeah, so this is an interesting one. I mean, we'll have to follow this one tomorrow probably. Cocoa, they had a big day or a few days, got up to that was an all-time high actually, right up here, $33. Um, big pullback, really. I mean, 33 down to 24, big pullback percentage basis, but it's been crawling back. And then today, if you look left, the next high is 27.63. So you can kind of see if it can take out 27.63. May not happen today, may never happen. But if it happened tomorrow, this may start, try to fill in this void. So I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert right there and see if it happens later on. Maybe tomorrow. All these people who got into it here, hopefully they sold. Watch it tank. I mean, just two giant red candles. I think this is a an acquired taste. This company, I tried one. Well, I don't know if it was if this company specifically, but I did try some coconut water. And I didn't like it, but I mean, that's just some people love it, some people don't. Secondary, my favorite, MNTS. Doing a financing in the middle of the day. Well, not in the middle of the day, but anytime before the market closes and halted on the way down. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, listen, Sealy Stan, I am not, again, I don't know exactly what your question meant, but if you're just asking in general what market makers are, I just put in a link, you can take a look. Okay? If that's what your question, I wasn't sure if you meant who are the market makers on a specific stock that you're looking at. But that definition from Investopedia, guys, there's so much information in Investopedia. You get some questions about things, you can ask me, fine, but a lot of this stuff is, especially stuff like that, like who and what is a market maker. Yeah, so much for the spy green candles is right. I mean, this candle here is almost wiping out that nice little well, almost not quite an hour straight up. He had a little pullback here in the middle, but that was, an hour. And now that's just this 15-minute candle is almost wiping it out. Yeah, Sean, I mean, Investopedia is a great resource. I mean, if you're uncertain about certain terms that you hear, just go to Investopedia and more than likely you'll find something there. You can do a search within it. Meanwhile, look at Ribbon. Wow, look at this V top here. Yeah, I suppose you could use Chat GPT. Type that in. What is a market maker? What do they do? Sure. Boy, Max, another one that's very close to an all-time low. MAXN. Well, the only thing I can say about these guys is that they tried to juice the stock for a couple of days rather than doing a financing down here at 132, though the price is not, well, I guess it's two, yeah, $2. So they said, okay, boys, let's get together. Let's juice this stock up a little bit and we'll do a finance, try to get it up a lot higher than this 123 mark. So they're able to do a financing at two. Really? September 7th, not that long ago. No. Really? Yeah, right here. You're right. So that probably that explained that drop there. But on the other hand, again, they didn't really reduce it that much. If it was 743, their low here was 734, so they kinda did it around this area. That's it? Just for 600K. Desperate for money. Must be absolutely desperate for money. Okay, guys, so the sphere, this was a great call by Shady early. A little bit choppy, but maybe depending how many shares you took to hold on. Through the VWAP now, though, guys, 4168. I'm sure Shady is out, so 4168 is through the VWAP. That's a pretty ominous looking 15-minute candle. Has a shot down to this level, probably. Not probably. It has a shot to this level, 4081. So it's at about 70 cents away. Would I look at NVIDIA? Sure. Seeing as how you asked me so politely, NVIDIA, NVDA, let's take a look at NVIDIA. So in terms of what? Now, remember, I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, this is a great, you should be buying this, or no, you shouldn't be buying it, or you should short it. But in terms of what? I mean, it's crawled off the bottom here from 410 to 444 over the last little while. It got up to almost to this level here, 459. Well, not really, 451. It got up to 451 today. The next high is 455, so a little bit of room. Well, again, support and resistance are hard to call because there's no such thing as the absolute support and the absolute resistance. It's, different people will look at a chart and see different things. So, all I can do is look left and see where I see the next high on a daily chart, or if I want to short the next low on a daily chart. Okay, so but a lot of people might think, well, that's not right. That's only one day, and that everybody's entitled to their opinion, of course. I mean, now 446 is the VWAP, so it's underneath the VWAP. 446, it's underneath the VWAP. Now, you might consider if you're going long, you can take a look at NVBL. If you don't want to spend $400, this is an ETF designed specifically for the volume. That's not bad. I mean, the 375,000. It's on the long side. Let's see on the short side if they're more volume. Yeah, a little more volume on the short side. So this is if you want to go short NVIDIA, you can buy this. Well, it's all when you say dependable. I mean, nothing is 100%, but it is along with the 200-day moving average. It's probably the two most often used technical indicators, the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. Even for people like me who don't really use a lot of don't use a lot of technical indicators, I will follow those two. Now, again, when you say dependable, does that mean if it gets into the VWAP, it's absolutely going to fail? Or if it breaks down into it, it's absolutely going to bounce? There are no absolutes, but this looks weak. I mean, look at the market. It looks weak. Right now, anyway. Yeah, it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. Most people, even again, people like myself, the 200-day moving average and the VWAP are things that most people will follow. So that's why when I was saying look at the SPHR, okay, look at the SPHR. I don't know where it's going, but here's the VWAP at 4167. It took it out right there, and it's starting to move down. And I said, it probably there could be some support right around here, 4083. Now, does this always happen? No. But also, look what the market's doing. Probably not. It's probably helping if you were short this one on the break of the VWAP. Unfortunately, there are no absolutes in trading. I don't know anything about the dark pool. Seriously, I mean, I know what it is, but we don't follow it. So, and as far as options are concerned, I mean, for me, options, and again, I'm only looking at option data in order to find stocks that are trading abnormally. I'm not examining the options themselves. Where all the different prices, option pricing. I'm not looking at it like that. I'm just looking. So Sphere, 16,000 contracts. That's 14 times normal. Okay. So I'm just looking at stocks using this data here to find stocks that are trading abnormally by having a look at their option data. Is it abnormal? That's all. But I don't trade options. Yeah, so I'm not good at patterns at all, Steely, but so the question is, if a stock is making a wedge pattern but has two or three candles outside of that pattern, is it still valid? You'd have to give me an example. I mean, I don't really look at patterns like that, whether wedges or bear flags or bull flags and that's not to say anybody listening to me and saying, well, I do and it works for me. Great. You know, I just don't really pay that much attention to I know to a lot of things that other people do, and that's fine. Well, again, if you're talking about strike prices and all that, maybe. I mean, you'd have to ask somebody in this room who trades options a lot more. So if you give me an example, Steely, of a stock that you're looking at, already have one opinion, candles cannot be ignored for the sake of fitting a pattern. So there's one opinion. Okay, so you're looking at Disney, okay? So I'll let you take that away because I know you look at patterns way more than I do. So the question would be, if a stock is making a wedge pattern but has two or three candles outside of the pattern, is it still valid? What do you see in Disney? Putting you on the spot, Tank. Time to earn your keep here. And that's on the daily chart. So the comment, I don't really see a wedge. That's what his comment is, Steely. So he doesn't really see a wedge at all. Wow, 2:45 already. This has been actually, for me anyway, a very fast day for a Monday. I've had a lot of activity. And so here's this. So Steely, you see a wedge, and Tank and somebody in our YouTube room doesn't see a wedge really. So, all right, guys, one last look at my homepage, okay, and especially probably the scans that I'm sharing, so you can set them up tomorrow if you want. All right, so if you do click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see first. You'll be at the top here. So if you do want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. No, I'm sorry. If you do want a yearly subscription, all you have to do is just post something and say, "Hey, I'd like a yearly subscription. I can get you a better discount." Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. If you're brand new to trading or just new to trading, you can take a look at this Trading 101 series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. This is a daily stock of the video, a day of the video, daily stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, it is sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. It is free. I know that, a very choppy day. I know that MBLY triggered because the trigger was 42, but, tough day. Tough day. Remember, these are designed for longer term holds, and there's a stop when you read the email. So I don't know what the stop is. I'm sure it's not been stopped out yet. And the education section is here, and then my scan. So here are all the scans that I am sharing. So the pre-market actives up and down. I do that. This can show you the stocks. A lot of the stocks that we talk about all day, you see them in the pre-market actives up or down. Pulse resumes over here. The abnormal option activity is here, and the momentum scan is here. Okay. And then the other ones that I am sharing just on my other monitors, the daily reversal has been really good today. And the breakdowns and breakouts on the upside, breakdowns on the low side. So all I ask, I know I say it every time, but all I ask, if you are going to take out a subscription today, tomorrow, next week, next year, next month, just you can save my homepage link and come back in and just use this code. Okay, helps the room to keep it free. And if you save my homepage link, then you can of course look at my scans. I do change them up from time to time, and the education section. Okay, let's take a look at PayPal. And again, I'll ask my friend Tank. So you think these are wedges for PayPal on the daily chart? Okay. What do you think, Tank, for PayPal? PYPL? So here's a further comment on Disney. I guess one could make one from those local highs and the lows. If it is a wedge, it looks like it has bled out a bit. I'm sure you meant bled out as opposed to bred out. And the other one he mentioned was WBD. If you're here tomorrow, Steely, you know who would be better, good to ask that question? Would be Michael Noss. He looks at patterns way more than I do. Okay. So if you're going to be around tomorrow, Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, and you might want to ask him questions like that. So what I'm going to do for the people in YouTube, because I'll be shutting myself down in about 10 minutes. Again, I'll always say later if there are questions, but I'll put the YouTube, I'll put the main trading room link into our YouTube room. So those of you in YouTube who want to keep talking about stocks for another hour, you can come into the main room, and William is keeping it open. There's no screen sharing. I'm not. He's not. Nobody's screen sharing or on the mic, but you can at least talk amongst yourself if you see fit. Ooh, skinning babies. There's a tough visual in our YouTube room. I know, of course, Leanne, of course. Is there a way to join the trading room on a mobile? It should be easy. It's just a web. It's just a web-based version. I mean, it's this is just so it should be easy. Anybody in the main room in the trading room using an iPad to be in here? I mean, it shouldn't matter. There you go. So when somebody Jay in the room saying I've gotten in on my iPhone, so an iPad should work. Yeah, there's no reason why it shouldn't work. Any tablet, there's no reason why it shouldn't work. Yeah, I mean it's just browser based. So it shouldn't be an issue whatsoever. It's just browser based. So if you're using your Safari browser on your iPad, it should be no big deal. Try again while I'm still here if you want to. Here's the link for the room. Ask you for your email and all that. Once you do that, then I just don't see why it's a problem. I'm not saying you're not having a problem. I'm just saying I don't understand why it would be a problem because it's just a browser-based trading room. It's not an app. There you go. So Raj is using an iPad. Good resolution also. So you must be doing something wrong, Marty. Well, this is the quietest my machine has been in a long time. Usually the fan goes crazy. I got all these things going on, but this is about the quiet. I shouldn't say it. Probably jinxed it now. Okay, guys, so about 5 minutes. Again, I'll stick around if they're, we'll look at silica, SLCA. Boy, it takes out 13. The next low is, well, 1280. Yeah, it looks worse than it is because of the size of these candles, but yeah, it takes out 13. SLCA. Yeah, unfortunately, Marty, I really can't help you. I don't have an iPad. Does not support WebRTC. That's what you're saying? So, well, all I can say is a couple of people have said it works fine on an iPad. How do you get the bot? What bot are you talking about, Jeremy? Okay. Where were your comments about PYPL? So, one of the traders in the trading room, Steely, said PYPL maybe, but it looks like a drop followed by choppy consolidation to him. In general, wedges with steep declines above and shallow rises below are likely to fall or fail. That's his opinion. I can even post that in the room. I think if that, yeah, okay. So that was his comment about PayPal. So Jeremy, what bot are you talking about? How do you get the bot? What bot exactly you're talking about? Okay, not trying to pile on you, Marty, but somebody else just tried it on their iPad and said it was fine, no issues. So it must be something you're doing. Hard for me to know. Okay. Well, Jamie, yeah, I hope, I mean, you're probably looking at some very old sites, but yeah, we do have what we call our AI, but we do not recommend that you just use it to trade, okay? Automatically. You can use it to take a look at the alerts and then make up your mind if you want to take the trade or not. But as far as and like an auto trading situation, we don't recommend it at all. Sort of a combination of when you get the alert, now do you want to take it or not? The auto part is that you don't have to do anything. You're automatically given these alerts. There's nothing for you to do. So for instance, there were a couple of good ones. Here's two shorts, TMDX, AXSM, but managing the exits on your own is way better. Now today, if you had taken every single day trade today and got out when the AI did, wouldn't have been too bad. Would not have been too bad. Actually, that's not true. If you got out right when the AI got out, you'll be out $22. If you manage the trades on your own, depending on your share size and all, I hate these numbers, but I guess I have to show them. But that's why we're saying, you get the alert. That's why you have to have some trading experience. You click on it, you see, okay, do I want to take this trade based on what I see? There was one that I saw, for instance, that was just just a little bit below the 200-day moving average, I think. And so, is it this one? Yeah. So here was an alert for VTRS as an example, okay? The alert was at 10:34, okay? I think this is a great example of what I'm trying to explain. So there was the alert at 10:34, on that candle to take that trade. I'm not so concerned that this happened, okay? But what I'd be looking at is, okay, because remember, you didn't see all this hadn't happened yet. Of course, this was up here. So the first thing I did, I looked at it and I said, well, wait a minute, the 200-day moving average is at 1040. So I would never take a trade, at 1036, at 1034, when the 200-day moving average is at 1040. At the very least, I would let it break to see if it did at 1040. Then I might take the trade. Okay. And had it moved, let's just say the 10-day, the 200-day moving average was actually at 1036, and then it broke through. So you get the alert at 1034, it breaks through, and now it's at 1040. You know these are not designed, to make a nickel or anything like that. So you might say, well, wait a minute, now I had the alert at 1034, now it's at 1040. I guess I've missed the trade. No, if all that makes sense. But I would never have taken that trade from the AI unless it took out that 200-day moving average at 1040 as an example. That to me is a really good example of why, when you click on the alert, it really pays to take a look at, well, what's happening. And if you're, I don't know what sort of a trader you are in terms of experience, Jeremy, but it wouldn't have taken very long to size that up, in my opinion, if about the 200-day and even the VWAP, things like that, that would have told you, hopefully, well, I can't take that trade unless it breaks that 200-day moving average. Now, even if it broken the 200-day, doesn't absolutely mean it's going to rip from there, but I know I would never take that trade unless it broke through it. And that's the exercise I go through with all the AI alerts that I get. So a lot of them I won't take because I don't like the way they're setting up. That doesn't mean you or anybody else might look at that and go, I don't care about that 200-day moving average. It may have broken right through and just kept going. All right, guys, 303. If there are other questions, I'll stick around. But if not, I will wrap my stint, as we'll call it, up, and William will keep the room open till 4. Okay, I don't see any questions, so I'll put the YouTube link in again, I'm sorry, the trading room link again into the YouTube room, if you want to head over there while I'm shut the YouTube room down, which I have to do. Oops, I put two links in at the same time. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Well, again, thanks for all the help today. I will shut myself down. The screen sharing is going to disappear right now, and I'll mute myself, of course. But again, William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll open both rooms. I'll be on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock Eastern time. And now YouTubers, same thing.